Just keep moving and don't.
Good morning to the world, and good afternoon to Asia. Welcome to the fourth edition of our World Conference on Exercise Medicine. And hello all my friends in the International Scientific Committee. I hope everyone here, my colleagues, my friends, and those who are just acquainted today, I wish you all good health. And this global pandemic has caused a new norm to a lot of people. And that's why our World Conference, which is a 300-day, every 300 day per series, is going online today. And we have been working on it quite drastically. And until this moment, we have a whopping 2,000 over registration. And so we hope that everyone can pick up some information over the 8 days of conference to be delivered by world-class medical specialists and also exercise scientists around the world. We have 42 papers, including workshops from 38 countries. So let's see what we're going to do. Before we start the rest of the thing, I would like to go through, because many of you all may not have heard what exercise medicine is all about. So I am going to run through a few slides with you all, and hope I can finish it in time. So exercise medicine, which is the future of exercise. All right? Right here, what we have determined here is that, first of all, we have defined exercise as a voluntary muscular contraction, which means you voluntarily contract your muscle to create a movement, an organized movement, and also in a dedicated time frame. That means you dedicate your time. You just don't go and do it house chores and consider it as an activity or a kind of physical activity. So you dedicate a certain time, you contract your muscle voluntarily at the right intensity. And the word medicine here defines and denotes diagnosis and prescription. And in our exercise medicine is exercise assessment, physical assessment, and also your prescription. So with the breakdown and definition of the exercise medicine, I hope you understand now the real meaning of what exercise is. Back in 2012, we had a pilot study with the Malaysian government where the Ministry of Health collaborated with us, and we have very good positive results with a tremendous amount of percentile that has gone through pre-hypertension, pre-diabetes, obesity, fitness level. They have all improved. From there, we have derived more dosages. Exercise has been seen. Exercise has been proven empirically, and everybody knows exercise is good for the health, is good for the sick, is good for the people who is going to be sick. And it's also good for the elderly. And we all know that the world is going to be an aged population soon, and exercise is also good for the people who are healthy. But at the end of the day, we must know how much to do it, all right? So let's go on to the next slide here. So based on the pilot study that we have successfully done with the Ministry of Health in Malaysia, we have decided that we want to host a world conference. We want to gather more countries to share this newfound thing called exercise medicine, where exercise is going to be a different word altogether. So we had our first conference in 2017 in the beautiful island of Langkawi up north of Malaysia. All right, and as you know, this is our chairman here, Dr. Jessy, and also our patron, which is Her Royal Highness Raja Sofia. So from the 2017 World Conference, we had a short meeting with the rest of the people who have attended, and we formed what we call the International Scientific Committee, which comprised of 28 countries. And of all these 28 countries, there are different experts, where you can see in the schedule You will see exercise on the heart, exercise for the elderly, exercise for metabolic disease, and so forth. So each of these individual scientific committee will head one of these topics as you're going to go through it over the 8 days of the conference that we are hosting through webinar. All right? Then we continue on 2018, and in this 2018, our chairman, Dr. Jessy, has given us an instruction to run it on a 10-year program every 300 days. So we're actually looking for a year where we're going to host two conferences. So in year 2018, we had it in Malacca, and if you can see our chairman, and the gentleman between our chairman and me is the Deputy Health Minister that was held in 2018 in Malacca. Then after 2018, we successfully collaborate further with the Ministry of Health, where we had a MOA of signing, and thus we have created our first exercise clinic, where we receive referral from medical doctors of the health clinic from the Ministry of Health, and these patients will then be given the first line of management of their pre-NCD condition, and then from the exercise program that they've gone through, they will be sent back to the medical doctors to be reviewed, and if the exercise has intervened their conditions, which quite a number of them has been discharged. So what we'll do is that they will continue on exercise. But if their condition worsen, then the medical doctors will take them back, and then they will be administered with pharmacological treatment. And then after that, this year, just recently, we had our second exercise clinic, which was held in Port Dickson, down south of Malaysia. And if you can see the gentleman in the black t-shirt standing next to our chairman is the Health Minister of Malaysia. And then you see the gentleman on the extreme left is Dato, Dr. Chong. He is the Deputy Director General of Health, Public Health in Malaysia. So he will be presenting a paper to you soon, all right? And here you can see the Health Minister looking at some of the equipments that we have designed. How are we going to use exercise medicine with our own design machine? And then in 2019, we hosted our Third World Conference, where we had 27 countries in participation. We had 400 over delegates, and it was held in Kuala Lumpur. So over this year, in 2019, we had the WHO. If you can see the lady behind our chairman in her speech, that is the representative from WHO for Brunei, Singapore, and Malaysia. In our next slide, I also like to share with you all that just recently, the meeting of the ASEAN Health Cluster 1, chaired by Malaysia, and is led by Dr. Noor Ariana, she from the Ministry of Health, and she is also a member of our International Scientific Committee. She has invited us, exercise medicine, into the ASEAN countries, and we have successfully presented it. And I have been told that Laos is going to be the leading country for exercise medicine, where we will implement exercise as a first line of management of pre-NCD diseases. So I think exercise medicine is spreading not across the Central Europe that we are we have a lot of collaboration right now, but we are moving across to the ASEAN countries and furthermore. So we are here at the 4th World Conference on Exercise Medicine, October to November. Today it starts just 10 minutes ago, and it will continue on until 11th of November, altogether 8 days of fully packed of 40 over papers, plus altogether some workshops by exercise leaders. This year, the Ministry of Health have decided that they wish to be our core organizer. And next year, as I have promised, Dr. Berkesh, are you here with us? Dr. Berkesh, Dr. Zombo. This year is supposedly to be hosted by Hungary, but because this year is supposedly also the Visit Malaysia year, but unfortunately because of the global pandemic, we are not able to conduct it live with everybody, but instead on the webinar. But next year, our Dr. Jessy, our chairman, has promised that Hungary will be the host for the next year, and Hanna from Finland, you will be the host for the coming 2022 World Conference on Exercise Medicine, and that will be held in Jyväskylä, Finland. So these are the promises that our chairman, Dr. Jessy has made. So you guys will have to get ready and carry on the baton, and let's see what you guys are going to do in the next two World Conference that's going to be coming up. All right. Now, there are certain things that I just like to point out, which I just make it a point to everyone to know that physical inactivity, why are we focusing so much on exercise? Physical inactivity has been identified by WHO to be the 4th leading risk factor that caused the global mortality. And this is one of the most important, most devastating information that we have known. And if you look into the global mortality from 2000 to 2015, there is a linear graph moving to the right that you can see figure keep going up. And if you look into the worldwide NCD mortality rate also published by the WHO from 2008 to 2030, all the figures in percentile circle in red. It shows there's going to be an increment. Now, we want to know why the figure keep going on as the entire world has talked about physical activity. The entire world has talked about exercise, right? World leaders have been telling everyone to exercise. Medical specialists has been telling people to exercise. Empirical evidence of exercise and its benefits. Sports scientists has derived so many scientific papers that shows exercise is positive. But unfortunately, physical inactivity still stands the 4th leading mortality highest in the world that cause death to a lot of people. So there must be a missing link. And over our years of research, we find that it is true, exercise is good. The world is exercising, but the world is also dying because the missing link is the dosage. There are many people who exercise, but the exercise is not enough or too much. So exercise medicine is not exercise is medicine. Exercise medicine is a noun. It is a word that to tell everybody exercise is a polypill. That means exercise for diabetes, there's a certain dosage. Exercise for prostate cancer, there's a certain dosage. Exercise for hypertension, there's a certain dosage. And we must identify the dosage. So as we all know in exercise, the human physiology, substrate utilization, or what we call as the energy system that goes through our body when we move, they are all in phases, all right? You can see different percentile, whether you do any form of activities in aerobic form or in any anaerobic form. There's a certain percentile. So based on these physiological facts, we have derived our aerobic dosages because exercise medicine, we divide it into 3 types of exercise. One is the aerobic for the cardio, for the cardiac muscle. 2 is the resistance training for the musculoskeletal. We all know very well that the cardio, the heart will pump, and when your heart pumps, you receive oxygen and nutrients, your muscle will contract, and it moves the human body. So these are the 2 very important ones, and we have actually identified the dosage for the aerobic here over the 3 areas here. First of all, you have to look into the person who wish to exercise on the activity level, and from the person's activity level, then we can calculate the maximum heart rate and the percentile of the maximum heart rate according to the human physiology. And then of last, we have just completed this, our research here. That has been ongoing, and we have been going on for quite some time until recently, just about a month ago. We have identified what we call to determine a maximum load. How are we going to establish a dosage? As we all know, if you go to the gym, or if you go to any fitness center, or even if you go to the gym in your university, the gym instructor will always tell you, all right, either you do a 1 max RM, or I will look at you and I feel that you can lift 7 kilograms or for 15 pounds. So the first question I will ask is that, why 15 pounds? It's a guessing work. So what we want to do is that same as the human physiology, we work on percentile, we have determined a maximum voluntary contraction, where if we have an isometric maximum voluntary contraction, it will distort, if you see the red arrow over here, distort this transducer, and the distortion of the transducer will be amplified. The amplification of this distortion will then be converted into newtons. And in these newtons, it will be approximate in kilograms or in poundages, and then that will be the maximum maximum weight that you can contract of each muscle group. From there, you will multiply according to number of repetitions, which will change the adaptation of your neural pathway, your strength, your power, your muscular hypertrophy, endurance, and also aerobically. So based on the cardiac, which is the aerobic dosage, and also our resistance training dosage, we have completed both of it. And of course, the third exercise in exercise medicine, we are talking about stretching, which we want to look into the range of motion of each joints. Now, in a nutshell, exercise medicine, it is to perform an accurate evaluation process, just like in the conventional medical doctors. He will have to do a very good diagnosis, all right? History taking, diagnosis, measurements, assessment, and so forth. After that, you will have to prescribe a set of safe, symmetrical dose of exercise. It has to be safe, the dosage has to be symmetrical. So once we get this thing done, the last most important part of exercise medicine is the instruction, all right? The instruction of exercise has to be right. It is no point that you get everything correct, but then you find it wrong in the movements, and in the end of the day, we do not want to create a situation where you end up with wear and tear or overuse injury. So if you look into this gentleman, tall gentleman here, he is Professor Dr. Dusan Hama from Slovakia. I think he's here. And behind our chairman is Professor Hansen Huang from Taiwan. Both of them actually came down to Malaysia last year, and looking into all the work that our chairman has done, the International Scientific Committee has officially recognized our chairman, Dr. Jessy, as the global NCD activist. So this was actually officially done, and we also like to inform that this movement or this form of treatment or this scientific program, the chairman of ours is also a candidate among all the Nobel Prize candidates for 2020, where, of course, this year it was won by the World Food Program, but I'd like to tell you that overall her effort and all this has been recognized. We will continue to work. We will continue to strive on more research. We will gather more people around the world. We will gather more people with more knowledges so that we will be able to define a more accurate dosage of exercise that it will save the world. And we do not know how far and how difficult NCD can be treated, but I'm sure the vacuum section of where people are exercising and mortality rate keep increasing, the leaking, what you call the vacuum part is the dosage. So this is the cardinal facts of theoretical biology. Of course, I received this from my own professor, all right, my late professor, from my university, and my professor, Mesa Roche. A condition of strain, a direct of stress, is the direct stimulus of growth itself. All right? The soles of our boots, however new your shoe is, the soles of your boots will wear thin. But the soles of your feet grow thick. The more we walk upon them, therefore, it would seem that the living cells are stimulated by pressure, and this is what we call exercise to increase and multiply. And ultimately, you will have a positive cell turnover. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is my little short introduction of exercise medicine, why this conference, and who has been the person leading behind this whole movement. Of course, it's our chairman. And also, I would like to say a word of thanks to all who are here online with us, and in particular, all our scientific committee that has been ongoing. And also, I would like to say thank you to all the working committee, and of course, a very big thank you very much to our chairman, the NCD, global NCD activist, Dr. Jessy. Thank you very much, and we'll be seeing each other for coming on for another 8 more days. All right? Thank you.
Born in Malacca, the south side of Malaysia, Jessy was nurtured from a principled family, where she has, by nature, an unleveled generosity and kindness. Now devoting a part of her time to her work in the United Nations, Professor Dato Sri Dr. Jessy Lai sees more things than ever on the human side. Jessy's concern over global health has noticed the high death rates in the lower and middle income group populations. She has identified that this non-communicable diseases, NCD, has been uncontained over the past decades and is still soaring high and claiming it's the #1 killer of mankind. Globally well respected by the medical fraternity and the exercise realm, Jessy Lai is more known as the global NCD activist. She has donated bariatric ambulances and mobile clinics and pharmacies to the St. John Ambulance. Her work with UNICEF was encouraging breastfeeding, not only for the survival of children in the first 1,000 days, but to lessen the chances of suffering from NCD during their adulthood. Her effort has been recognized by the Malaysian Ministry of Health, who has listed exercise as the frontline management to non-communicable diseases. In her Global Advancement Program, Jessy pledged a 10-year scientific program known as the World Conference on Exercise Medicine, WCEM, which has entered its 4th annual edition in 2020, hosting delegates from more than 36 countries with the purpose to seek solutions to the growing problem of non-communicable diseases worldwide. Living with her quote, "Life inspiring life," Professor Dato Sri Dr. Jessy Lai hopes that it will carry across all continents to inspire mankind worldwide.
Hello again, and right now what we're going to do is that we're going to invite our chairman, Dr. Jessy Lai, so that she can come over here and give us her address and welcome note to all the delegates all around the world. All right, Chairman, Dr. Jessy Lai, please.
Good morning and welcome to our work conference. So I think it's a very interesting time, and due to the pandemic, that's why we have to do this event online. Yeah. So at first, everybody were thinking that whether we are going to cancel our 4th conference or not, but still we insist. I think if anything happen in this world, we have to continue do whatever our mission is, so that we will not stop. Okay, so good afternoon from Malaysia, and I welcome all delegates, speakers and exercise leaders to the 4th World Conference on Exercise Medicine. This year, we have 39 countries with more than 2,000 participants. So can I know that any of us here, have you attended before? If any of you attended before, can you click 1? Can you type number 1 so that I know how many of you attended before in our World Conference, maybe the 3rd World Conference or 1st or 2nd World Conference? Well, yeah, got there. I think a lot of members also attended before. Okay. Can show me the words or not? Can show me the comments? 这个开那个 comments 给我。Okay. And we have over 2,000 participants in this scientific program, and we have gathered total of 43 papers and workshops. I hope our effort to combat NCDs will continue to gather more people, and collectively we will be able to save more lives through exercise. Maybe people will see this like like nothing. We just do some conference. We just always have papers to show you. We just like telling people that how important is exercise is. But we cannot take for granted on this. We cannot just don't care, because we would like to tell you that we have a very big mission. Our mission is to reduce the rate of NCDs, death due to NCDs. So this is so important that all of us will continue support World Conference and continue attending this World Conference. Now, besides our delegates online now, we have also more than 500 people is online in Chinese version as well. So, allow me to say some words to them. 那各位家人，那我现在已经开始要做我们这一次的这一个开幕的致辞了。那么，主要呢要告诉大家，就是我们这一次呢有39个国家，然后一共超过2000位的这一个参加者。 然后并且呢，我们有43个课题要跟大家讨论的。那大家可能会觉得，就是我们在做这个这样子的一种工作是一个很简单的一件事情，但是我想告诉大家，它是一个能够改变世界、改变地球、拯救地球的一个事情。We always say that the world is dying. So I would like to thank all speakers for your time to share your work on exercise medicine, and all the exercise leaders and your exercise instructions. And of course, all registered delegates attending. I hope everyone will practice what you have learned from this program to your families, friends, and others that you will be acquainted with in the future. So we have been doing this for few years. Every year we keep on telling people, we keep on telling all the delegates, please, when you you attended this meeting, and we hope that go back to your country and try to influence, try to do something. And now you think back for those who attended last year or 2 years ago, yeah? So maybe you will, after so many years, then I don't know what have you been done for your countries. But I'm very pleased, like we went to Pakistan, we went to all these countries, then they are doing quite well, yeah? So I would also like to share to all that we have started off a hands-on program called Crossing Borders Fighting NCD in Pakistan, India, Medan, Taiwan, and also locally in Malaysia. This program is unique as we are not only reach out to those who have not started exercise, but we also give them software and exercise therapeutics to take home. So this is the therapeutic. So I specially request Dr. Lee to put this here and let me show. Don't think that I am a person that not used to exercise actually. I don't know how to do exercise. And sometimes if I go to the fitness center, I feel like so embarrassed or so ashamed. I don't know how to use the equipment. So then this will make me like, don't know, maybe we will delay or will not continually or no discipline in doing exercise. But I would like to share with you, please take note and please keep an eye on our website. This is a therapeutic that we are giving to those people that they start doing exercise. And don't look at this tube like this only, but it really works, okay? Our colleagues always like to show to all of you. Maybe in the middle of the meeting or when the rest time. Yeah, I believe that they will show. So apart from, we also train each location a sufficient numbers of exercise therapists to continue monitoring this program to ensure continuity. We are looking forward to approach more countries in this program as the world is dying from NCDs. So I hope that our delegates today, you will attend this meeting in the future for another six days. So, and maybe you can also recommend some of your delegates to our school or Malaysia, to Dr. Lee. So you can contact Dr. Lee for more details if you are keen to join us in this program. Our fight against NCDs has officially been accepted to the ASEAN countries in the recent ASEAN Summit Cluster 1 on healthy lifestyle. I would like to extend my note of thanks to the Ministry of Health Malaysia for all the supports towards the collaboration of the ASEAN countries. So I would like to share with you, we started this, but we work with our Ministry of Health only after 2 years. Yes, after 2 years. Then only we managed to convince them, we managed to collaboration with them, and then we managed to get their strength. So I would like to encourage all of you, please keep fighting this. So maybe last year, after our World Conference, you approach your countries, maybe not successful. But don't give up. Just continue fighting and continue make them understand that this is so important to our countries. Through this year 2020 with the present pandemic, we have not stopped our effort combating NCDs. 虽然在2020年这样子疫情之下，但我们仍是没有停止在跟这个非传染疾病在对抗着。So we have also started an exercise clinic with the Ministry of Health Malaysia in Bagan Pinang, prediction to cater for patients referred by medical doctors to exercise as the first line of NCDs, management before the administration of pharmacological treatment. 所以呢，我们也成功的跟马来西亚的许多的这个卫生局旗下的诊所呢合作，让他们把那些初期的非传染疾病的病人呢，先带到我们的这一个 exercise clinic， 也就是到我们的这个医疗诊所、运动医疗诊所来做初步的这个治疗。My team and I will continue our efforts to have further collaborations with the Malaysian Health Ministry in combating NCDs, despite the movement control because of the pandemic. So we will, Dr. Lee will always work in this. So we really appreciate and thank you, Dr. Lee, for all this hard work. So our exercise medicine today have caught the attention of many sectors, the sports and the high performance discipline, the fitness industry, and the rehab sectors. As we all are aware, exercise with a right dosage is vital to so many defects of the body. So in our research, the development units, we have concluded a dosage of resistance exercises. These would assist all fitness instructors to prescribe the right poundages in their exercise instruction to avoid guessing and overuse injuries. So we started to work together with a lot of developers, and then we proposed to them to set up an exercise clinic in their developed project. So in future, I hope in Malaysia, most of the high-end condominiums or high-end houses, so they will have exercise clinic. So this is the most selling point that they have now to make sure that the buyers with a very value buy. So overall, we have achieved quite a handful this year, and we look forward to share to all who have keen interest. Lastly, I would like to thank the International Scientific Committee members for their cooperation to put this scientific program together, and also a word of congratulations to Professor Dr. Hansen Huang of Taiwan in the completion of his new book on exercise medicine. And I am very honored to have the privilege to pen the foreword of this book. Thank you, Dr. Huang. So I guess this is my short report of what we have done, and here I would like to acknowledge the concerns and the noble thoughts of our beloved Prime Minister, Tan Sri Dr. Haji Muhyiddin Yassin, over the devastation caused by NCDs. Due to his extreme hectic schedule and the quarantine he has to carry out upon returning from his victorious election of Sabah, he is unable to join us, and he extends his best wishes to all presenters and delegates a productive discussion. I hope we all to stay safe and healthy, and we shall continue tireless to combat this killer disease NCDs. Wishing all speakers, exercise leaders, and fellow delegates productive sections. Thank you very much. 谢谢. Thank you. Okay, so now we continue with question and answer. Okay, 那么非常感谢，就是我们刚才也是我们的首相，就是丹斯利慕尤丁呢，因为他必须做有一个隔离，就刚刚结束了这个沙巴的选举，所以呢就不能够出席。但是他从他的文告中呢，已经发了一个希望我们能够这一次的这个会议能够顺利的进行。Then we will continue with questions and answers. Okay, we pass to Dr. Lee.
Is there any questions from for our chairman?
Okay, now we are checking the questions. So I can see Dr. Chong. I can see Dr. Kalai. Yeah, hello, how are you? Okay. And I can see Dr. Huang, handsome. So I think it's best thing that if you can on your video so that we can see your face, you know? We can see your face and then we can have better communications. So after the opening speech, I think now is open to question and answers. Please, let me see. Do you have a questions? Okay. Dr. Siu from Malaysia, welcome. As we know, our main target to combating NCD is the community. Do you have any plans of continuing the cross-border local NCD intervention programs among the communities in the rural areas? Oh yeah, yes, of course. This is Dr. Siu from Malaysia, yeah? Dr. Siu from Malaysia, yes, I love to do that. Yeah, I love to do that. After MCO or after our MCO, I think we can continue. You can email to Dr. Lee to request this, and then we love to do that. Yeah, I think this is very important. We keep a lot of this, we have a lot of this Terra tube to send to, and then we always like to go, and then our colleagues also love to do that. Yes, and thank you for your response. I know you asked these questions, maybe you have some ideas. You are welcome to email Dr. Lee. Yeah, from Professor Rajesh Kumar. And we make exercise as a medicine to adopt all countries. Yeah, of course. Yes, this is what we are doing now. But we are trying to say that exercise is medicine. Okay, so exercise medicine. We are not saying exercise is medicine. So exercise medicine. So exercise itself is a medicine that which we can reduce and treat NCDs. Dr. Sandip from Malaysia. Thank you, Dr. Jessy. I am first time come to know about this huge work. Please inform how we can get involved with all our students. Yeah, thank you. This make us so happy that it shows that this program is work. Yeah, we have been doing this for 3 years. It's more than 3 years. So Dr. Sandip from Malaysia, you are welcome to email Dr. Lee, and then we can always have a chat. And our office is in Sri Kembangan. We can also help to bring this program to students. Yeah. Okay, I think these are the questions that we have. Mostly are from Malaysia. So, okay, from India. So, okay, the rest of our friends are still very shy. Okay, you can request anything. Maybe now you request, I will say yes. Okay. Yeah, now is the best time that you request, you know. Okay, so we hope that we can build this community. We are in a team. And we have a same mission. We want to do something good in this. Oh, Dr. Lee's email. Then please type Dr. Lee's email. Okay. There are less exercise program for senior citizen in Malaysia. Yes, because people, not only senior citizen, even for like youngsters also, we will think like exercise is very trouble. You need to have a nice sportswear, okay, and then you need to have discipline, time, concern, and then where to go, how to do exercise, and all this, companion, and all these things. So for senior citizen, they have lack of education to do this. So if through this meeting, we hope that you can email if you have any of this group or a program or committee, then you can email to Dr. Lee. Then we can always work together with you all, senior citizen or handicap or students. Yeah, what we want to do is we want to tell the world is dying, and because of the NCDs, now we know everybody every day also keep an eye on how many cases of this. COVID-19. Yeah, we think that COVID-19 make a lot of deaths. Yeah, but actually you don't know. Every day, every year, for all these years in this world, the biggest killer is NCDs. So if we can take care of ourselves, we know if we always keep an eye on reduce on the NCDs cases, I believe we also more strong to fight against COVID-19. Yeah. Okay, correct or not? I always learn from Dr. Lee, huh? Dr. Chong should still, right? Okay, so I think these are the questions that we have from our delegates, and welcome. Thank you very much, and I hope all of us will enjoy these few days for this a World Conference of Exercise Medicine. So I pass this floor to Dr. Lee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessy Lai. I think you guys, who have wanted to ask questions you didn't ask, you have just missed the opportunity. All right, so as what the chairman has mentioned, I think we will carry out the local crossing borders fighting NCD. Dr. Seal, you have my email, and then the other Dr. Sandeep, if I'm not wrong, we will send you our email shortly, okay? I think we're coming to the next speaker. All right. Now this next speaker is very important. All right. This is something that is the present scenario, and we have the opportunity to invite this gentleman. He is the Deputy Director General from the Ministry of Health, and in charge of public health, especially this present pandemic. So with much difficulty, and he has been very accommodating and very helpful. Dr. Chong has agreed to present a paper how NCD and the situation of COVID-19, and a good friend of mine that we used to play basketball together. So without any delay, I will pass the floor to Dato, Dr. Chong, Deputy Director General of Health, Public Health from the Ministry of Health, Malaysia. Dr. Chong, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, respected organizers, speakers, and participants. COVID-19 has changed the landscape of how things have to be done, and all of us now are into our new normal for the good 9 months of 2020. While COVID-19 can affect anyone of any age group, the more severe form, including fatality of the disease, tend to be those with comorbidity. The flow of my presentation today is as shown, focusing on the Malaysia situation. The situation of COVID-19 started in late January 2020, and we are now in our third wave of the outbreak. Currently, we are challenged to our maximum capacity. Just 2 weeks ago, we were unfortunately recording more than 600 plus cases in a day, 3 times what was seen and experienced in our second wave. Based on this, a Conditional Movement Control Order, also known as CMCO, is now enforced from the 14th to the 27th of October. What we know about the COVID disease situation in Malaysia is that while there are more cases from the young adults age group as opposed to the older age group, the case fatality is higher in the older age group as compared to the young. From the graph, 2,328 cases of the total 8,546 cases are from the 20 to 29 age group, decreasing as we age, with only around 1,000 cases above 60 of age. But the case fatality is reversed. The young adults of 20 to 29 has only 0.13% case fatality, while those above 60 has 5.41%, 12.88%, and 22.22% case fatality respectively for the age group of 60 to 69, 70 to 79, and above 80. While it is normal that when we age, our health will not be as good as that when we are young, but unfortunately for us Malaysians, a large number of us develop chronic diseases as we age. Thus, compounding the risk of dying beyond that merely due to age alone. Looking at the COVID-19 deaths, most of the deaths have some kind of comorbidity other than age. 70% of those who died of COVID-19 has hypertension and 50% have diabetes mellitus. And those with complications of chronic diseases, such as chronic kidney diseases, coronary artery diseases, it contributes to no less than 25% of that fatality. At this point, we have not factored in high-risk factors such as overweight or obesity. What we should learn from this is that healthy people without comorbid conditions survive and tolerate COVID-19 much better. And this is true for all diseases. If you are healthy, your body will have a better and stronger defense mechanism against infectious diseases. Correlating the deaths and comorbidity, only 18 of 123 deaths, or 14.6%, do not have comorbidity. 1/5 of the deaths have one comorbid condition, 1/3 has two, and half the deaths have more than two comorbid conditions. In short, the more comorbidity you have, the higher the risk you have of dying when struck with COVID-19, and this is true for any infectious disease for that matter. Communicable diseases always get more attention compared to non-communicable diseases. By now, the Ministry of Health Malaysia have spent no less than $250 million on managing COVID-19 disease, and more will be spent before we see COVID-19 becoming manageable or under control. GDP-wise, we will be lucky if we do not slip into a negative GDP growth this year. By the same token, chronic diseases such as hypertension and diabetes are equally harmful to the patient and to the economy of the country in the long term, for the simple reason that once we get a chronic disease, we need treatment for life, and it brings about complications and premature death. Our National Health Morbidity Survey over the last 10 years show that more and more people are getting chronic diseases and or have risk factors associated with chronic diseases. The most obvious chronic disease of concern is diabetes mellitus, with the prevalence increasing drastically from 11.2% in 2011 to 18.3% in 2019, and obesity increasing from 15.1% to 19.7% over the last 10 years. Fortunately, hypertension and being overweight have stabilized at around 30%, and hypercholesterolemia is only mildly increased to 38.1%. But 30% of the population above 18 having these conditions or risk factors is still very significant and unacceptable. The good news is that physical inactivity and smoking has decreased, but taking overall the above situation, it is just not enough. Adding to this gloomy picture is that half of those with NCDs in this country do not even know that they have the condition. Yet, despite NCD having more cases and fatality, it fails to garner the same response as COVID-19. The impact of NCD on the economy is tremendous. Productivity loss is around $3 billion, and disease burden cost is as high as $25 billion. This costs include absenteeism, presenteeism, or premature deaths, and other intangible costs suffered by the patient, industry, and government. And why are we having this disturbing NCD trend? It is because of our modern lifestyle. Our modern lifestyle made it such that we are eating too much and exercising too little. You can see from the chart that half of our Malaysian population are overweight or obese. 94.9% fail to eat fruits and vegetables from where we get our micronutrients and vitamins. We still smoke a lot, but thankfully do not drink as much. Luckily, the percentage of physical inactivity is only 25%. But this figure alone does not reflect the reality, which is that half of us have abdominal obesity, or at the very least being overweight. Going into a bit more detail, we see that abdominal obesity has increased from 45.4% to 52.6%. While one may argue that if you use the BMI as a measurement for obesity, the level of obesity is maintained at 30% over the last 10 years. But we should not be proud of this. Central abdominal obesity is considered to be a higher risk for chronic diseases. Moreover, more of our population is overweight, from 15.1% to 19.7% over the last 10 years. Taking a last look at the association of comorbidity and COVID-19 case fatality, the situation is similar abroad. The first two bullet points show that in Italy, among those dying of COVID-19 in hospitals, 68% had hypertension and 31% had type 2 diabetes, while in Spain, among patients with severe COVID-19 disease, 43% had existing cardiovascular diseases. At the same time, COVID-19 also indirectly affects patient care, like in India, 30% fewer acute cardiac emergency reached healthcare facilities in rural areas in March 2020 compared to the previous year, while in Netherlands, the number of people newly diagnosed with cancer dropped by 25% as a result of a lockdown. This does not take into consideration the poverty and loss of economic sufficiency brought on by COVID-19 that impairs patients from accessing the healthcare system. In countries like Malaysia, we are fortunate that we can always turn to the government for free healthcare, but with our country's GDP threatened to dip below zero into negative territory, the government is also facing a huge financial burden from COVID-19. So what are the key learnings from this presentation? I believe we have two. The first is that chronic diseases increases the risk of severe COVID-19, including death, and that chronic diseases by itself is bad for the country, but in the presence of a pandemic adds significantly to the burden. Thus, my hope going forward is that for the government to understand that NCD is a bigger problem in terms of numbers compared to pandemics, and should be given the same priority as in tackling COVID-19. That the whole of government approach used so successfully for COVID-19 should be applied to NCD. And we need to empower the community to improve their lifestyle, at the very least by exercising more and eating a healthy diet. And with that, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to the organizers. Good afternoon, fellow colleagues and speakers. Dr. Lee, Dr. Sri, Dr. Jessy. Thank you for listening to the presentation. At this moment, I have two questions in front of me. The first question is whether the Ministry of Health will improve their collaborations using the model that we have in Port Dickson. So, what I would like to explain is that the Ministry of Health, we do have a model for health promotion. Health promotion has been introduced a long time ago in the Ministry of Health, and we actually have 28 centers for health promotion for wellness in 28 centers. But invariably, our focus was always on nutrition, screening, and to a certain extent, management as well. So now moving forward, we realize that in this age, as also mentioned by our host Dato Sri, people tend to not to exercise like before. So we introduced exercise as one component of our health promotion centers, and we brand it and call it a wellness center. And moving forward, yes, we do intend to have exercise component in all our wellness center. So we are starting now with the aquatics. Later we will extend it to all other states in Malaysia. That is the first question. For the second question, which is the situation of NCD compared to COVID-19. So I'm not exactly sure what kind of comparisons we want to make. But definitely, we all know that when we talk about NCD, we call it an epidemic in slow motion, meaning that you see the cases building up, but it builds up so slowly that you just don't really notice it until it creeps upon you. And even when that situation creeps upon you, you tend to overcome it by using medication, drugs, and we try to adopt our lifestyle at that particular time when we already have NCD. If you compare to COVID-19, like all infectious disease, it just jumps on you. COVID-19 will suddenly affect you tomorrow because you have come into contact with a person who is positive for COVID-19. And if you happen to be struck with COVID-19, not all the time you will fall ill, but if you happen to have comorbidity, here comorbidity means includes of course all the NCDs as well as your age. So if you happen to be a bit elderly, if you happen to have hypertension and diabetes and some other factors, you will get the more severe form of the disease. So in that sense, both NCD and COVID is very different in its onset. But moving forward, once you get diagnosed with NCD for lifetime, you will never be able to get rid of the hypertension, the diabetes that you suffer from. So that is where the cause of NCD comes in. If you talk about the COVID-19, if you happen to recover from COVID, then of course you get better. But if you talk about hypertension or diabetes, you will never recover. For the rest of your life, you have to take medication. And in taking medication, you still need to take care of your overall health. If you don't take care of your overall health, the disease will give rise to complications. And these complications, at its worst, will kill you. And in a severe form, you may end up with even more debilitating conditions, such as chronic renal failure. So NCDs and COVID-19s are very different. Perhaps I just like to end it by saying that don't underestimate hypertension or don't underestimate diabetes mellitus. When you're first diagnosed, you may feel very well. You may not have any symptoms. You may not have any signs. There is no pain. But over the years that you are alive with the chronic conditions, it will slowly begin to trouble you, and in the end, it will give rise to a lot of complications if you do not take care of your health. So those are the two questions I have, and thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for the opportunity to present. But it's on. It's on already.
Is the question being processed?
Thank you very much for the question. At this time, in our recommendation, we are still using BMI, basal metabolic BMI, as our indicator for obesity. We are not using abdominal obesity measurement because it's a slightly more inconvenient way of doing things. So not yet. It is still the BMI. in reply to the question here.
Any more questions? One more.
Okay, thank you. I
Dato.
see another question, which is talking about exercise can build our immune system, and would we like to propose that we use more exercise program available to the public on a regular basis on national TV? I cannot speak, of course, for the TV because even though you may have exercise programs on TV, at the end of the day, will we be able to change the behavior of the public to exercise more? It is actually very sad that I think every one of us here, in fact, in the community as well, we know that exercise and eating well, eating right is the way to keep fit. Everybody knows that. We may not be experts in how to do it, but we know that in general, that's a true statement. But most of us, even if we know how true those two statements are, but invariably we find excuses not to eat well, not to exercise. So having regular programs on TV, I am not sure whether this is going to change the behavior of people. Of course, I still recall when we were young, we have something called the Jack LaLanne show. And my mother used to watch the Jack LaLanne show, and she would follow the Jack LaLanne show during that 10-15 minutes. The Jack LaLanne show was shown. And I read about 10 years ago that Jack LaLanne died at the age of about 85 or 84. I can't really remember. So those days, people like to exercise and they're willing to follow. Now, I'm really not sure whether this is the way to go on national TV, and whether people will actually follow icons who exercise on TV. But it's a possibility that can be explored. I see one other question here from Dr. Siu. Is there any plans to set up exercise clinics in other states in Malaysia, for example, Perak? Okay, Dr. Siu, thank you for the questions. So just to recap again, in Malaysia, we have about 28 what we call health promotion centers. So in these health promotion centers, we promote good health, and we do the screening, we do the testing, and also at the same time, we do some exercises. But most of the time, the exercises are just outdoor exercises, simple aerobic exercises. And of course, another important component is that we also teach them about good nutrition, how to eat healthily and how to eat well. But we also realize at this moment that people don't like to exercise. So we rebranded the clinic, and instead of calling it a health promotion exercise clinic, we rebranded it as a wellness program. So in this wellness program, we work together with the companies, the commercial companies, as part of the CSR. For instance, in Port Dickson, we have put in a gym. Now, this gym is sponsored by the private company, and it provides facilities for people to go there to exercise. No doubt that this component of exercise is a bit more specialized, but the more important part is that we try to entice people to exercise and to tailor the exercise so that they can become better in the shortest possible time. And if these programs go well, yes, the answer is yes. We want to do this and use this model for the rest of our 28 health promotion centers to be converted to wellness centers. Off my head, I remember that there is one in Perak. I recall it's in Taiping. So maybe one day we'll try to do one in Taiping as well. Thank you. Okay, I got another question from Mr. Tan, a follow-up question on the abdominal obesity question. Is the current data we have now from age group, for example, adults more than 20 years old and above, is it more prevalent in the elderly? Thank you for that question. I'm sorry I don't have the detailed breakdown on the question of whether obesity is more in the elder age group or in the younger age group. I will get back once I consult the data. We have a national health morbidity study every year, so the data is in our study. I will pass it to the organizers. And sorry, Mr. Tan, maybe later you can contact the organizers, and I will give them the answers to this question. Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Dato Chong? No more? Okay. So I think the times are up, and thank you very much, the audience, for your questions. And also, once again, thank you very much, Dr. Chong, for your wonderful paper, and you have given a lot of enlightenment to a lot of people on certain questions in regards of the public health and also the present pandemic. All right, so it is quite on time now. There's this gentleman that I met when I was studying in the same university, my alma mater, the Hungarian University of Physical Education in Budapest. There's one thing unique about this gentleman is that I've heard many people who wrote many books. I heard many people who write a lot of research paper, but I've not heard that a research paper can receive 16,000 of citation. I mean, congratulations to you once again. All right, I'm not going to delay anymore, and I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Zsolt Radak. This gentleman is the chairman of the doctoral school. Gentleman is the chairman of the doctoral school, and he is from the Hungarian University of Physical Education, Budapest, Hungary. Also my alma mater, which Hungary is my second country, you see. I'm sure there are other Hungarian colleagues also in this webinar as we go on. All right, I will pass the floor to Dr. Radak, please. Thank you.
So again, sorry. Good afternoon over there. It's quite early morning here in Budapest. First of all, thank you very much for the organizers to inviting me to this excellent meeting. We heard a lot about exercise. We all know that it's not easy to get people involved in exercise. What I'm going to talk today is how exercise affects brain function. We know that exercise is fantastic for the heart. We know that exercise is beautiful for the muscle system. But how about exercise and brain? First of all, the first part of my talk will be about how exercise is related to the evolution of Homo sapiens. There are many papers in this topic, but I just picked up one from the Nature magazine, which suggests that endurance running, the endurance capacity of Homo sapiens made us really human. Why is that? As you know, that the speed of human, in case of running, it's pretty slow. It's very difficult to catch prey animals to eat. But the endurance capacity is really incredible. Just think about, within 24 hours, a human can cover closely 300 kilometers. This is really incredible. This is much more than most of the mammals can do that. So the idea is that about 70, 80,000 years ago, when we haven't got any restaurants around, we just run after our prey animals. And when they were overheated as a result of muscle work, we could catch them without even weapon, and then we can have them. So those individuals who had higher endurance capacity naturally could have more food. And this fits very well to the theory of Charles Darwin, who said that high physical fitness is important for survival. Of course, that was true in many thousand years ago. But how about these days? I think the situation is the same today. High level of physical fitness also very important for survival. I'm not going to talk about how maximum oxygen uptake is related to mortality and cancer and cardiovascular diseases. We heard a lot about this. Today, I would like to talk about how exercise affects our brain function. So let's see how exercise affects the size of the brain. This data is from non-human mammals. I would like to ask you to pay attention to these two slides here, where you can see the relationship between the size of the brain and exercise capacity. Isn't it beautiful? So those animals who have a lot of exercise running around have greater brain. The question is whether it is a coincidence or there is a relationship between physical activity and capacity and size of the brain. So this is a human study in which they used old subjects, over 65. We have two groups. One group just did stretching, and the other group did aerobic endurance. And then using a functional NMR, they checked the size, different portion of the brain. What they have found, you see the hippocampus. Hippocampus is important for memory and learning. So it is very important part of the brain. Naturally and unfortunately, as a result of aging, the size of hippocampus gets smaller. And if you know the disease, Alzheimer's disease, which is very serious disease, as a result of this disease, the size of hippocampus is getting smaller and smaller. And of course, we are losing memory, especially short-term memory. So what you can see here, as a result of endurance exercise, the size of the hippocampus is increased. Like if you do resistance exercise, the size of the muscle is increasing. And now, as a result of endurance exercise, the size of the hippocampus increased. What else? So it seems that exercise affects the size of the brain. But of course, size alone maybe is not enough, because we have lot of neurons in the brain. The question is how these neurons can communicate to each other. Does exercise affect the communication? Look at this side. This is prepared from a rat. This is a non-runner neuron, and this is a neuron from the runner. Look at the number of dendrites. So many. Again here, no question at all. As a result of exercise training, neurons developing more dendrites, and by this, they can have more connection with other neurons. Look at this. What you can see here is a neuron separated from the brain of control animals after 2 weeks of training and 2 months of training. Isn't it striking? It's really beautiful that exercise actually results in a neuron which can communicate with many more neurons in order to have better function. Of course, I also can say that physical inactivity very significantly affects your brain, and then it really curbs the development of dendrites. So anyway, exercise has a fantastic effect on the connectivity. But how about something else? This study was done in California by Gerd Kemperman and from Prague. At that time, they were interested in studying the effect of enriched environment. Usually, they keep the animals, in this case, rats and mice, in a cage. And they thought if they put something interesting in the cage, like seeing a tunnel and different kind of swinging stuff, the animals will enjoy more in the cage, and then it will have a good effect on the brain. And they also injected BRDU. This is done in order to check new cell formation. So as far as we know, actually, in our body, we have non-dividing cells in the brain, and we have non-dividing cells in the skeletal muscle. So, but actually these guys thought that as a result of enriched environment, new cells will be generated in the brain of the animals. But they needed an extra control group, so they put a running wheel in the cage. And it was a huge surprise, because after some weeks, they put the animals in a pool, which this is a small pool, which is, this test is called Morris-Mays test. So under the water, they put a small island, and the animals are swimming and swimming until they find the hidden island, and then naturally they stay there. So the question is, if they put the animals every day on this pool, how fast they can locate an island which is under the water. Day by day, of course, they can get it faster. And they compare the groups. They get a sedentary group, they get a running wheel group, and they get a group with an enriched environment. The huge surprise was that the running wheel group, the exercise group, was much better than the other two groups. And the other big surprise happened when they checked the hippocampus of the animals, and they located the BRDU samples here, and actually they found new neuron formation, so-called neurogenesis in the brain. So that was a huge discovery. They published this paper in the Nature magazine, 1999, and since that many other groups found the same thing, that as a result of exercise, new neurons are generated in the hippocampus. Let's see the other. Again, Kemperman, as I mentioned, he was one of the co-authors in the previous study. Again, he got 4 groups, standard housing, 10 days, standard housing, and 5 weeks, enriched environment, 10, the red one, 10 days running on running wheel, 5 weeks, standard housing, 10 days running, and 5 days enriched environment. And see the number of new cell formation. Isn't it fantastic? No question, exercise and enriched environment are very powerful. But of course, exercise itself is powerful. We also did a study in our laboratory. We checked the neurogenesis of young and old rats, and some of them had exercise, young control, young exercise, and we injected IGF-1 because this is a neuroprotector hormone, and we have old groups from the same setting. What actually we have found is very clear that as a result of aging, the new cell formation is decreasing in the brain, and but we still could find the positive effect of IGF-1 supplementation. So we talked about size, connectivity, and so on, but how about the function of the brain? So this is a beautiful study from Illinois. Again, they used aged individuals. They used a functional NMR, and the task was to locate the arrows. Here we can see the arrows, which has an opposite direction. You see? And when this task was done, they made they checked the brain function. What you can see, the red part of this NMR photo actually shows those neurons which were activated by this task. And what they found was those individuals who had higher cardiovascular fitness level, they used more neurons in the brain, more neurons, and they more successfully solved this problem. And in order to further see whether this is true or not, to validate this study, they started to train the group which had a low level of physical fitness for 6 months. So after 6 months of training, what they found again was that the number of neurons which were involved in this task is increased, and the success rate is also increased. So very nicely they showed that physical activity very beautifully affects the function of the brain. So this study was done a long time ago. You know, free radicals are implicated in many diseases. Naturally, they are implicated in aging process. What they did, they put animals in the maze test and they see how many errors they made. Naturally, as a result of aging, all the animals made more errors. And then what they did, they gave a very powerful antioxidant, a spin-tropic agent of PBN to the animals. And what they actually found, as a result of antioxidant treatment, the number of errors is decreased. So old animals had the same number of errors than young animals. In case of young animals, the antioxidant treatment was not effective, but in age animal case, yes. So what we did actually, and then in the next study, in the same study, they also checked what could be the reason of the decreased memory of aging. What they found was that the carbonyl groups, which is actually showing the impact of free radicals on proteins. If you get more carbonyl groups in the amino acids, it means the free radicals made more greater damage. So what you can see in this group, that if you give an antioxidant to the animals, the protein carbonyl level is significantly decreased. After 14 days, 2 weeks, the carbonylation of the proteins was very low. It means that the antioxidant protected the proteins in the brain from free radicals, and they suggested that could be the reason behind the better function that this antioxidant resulted. And then I thought this was a beautiful study, and I copied it. Because I am a PE guy, I thought I'm not going to give the animals an antioxidant. My antioxidant will be exercise. So what we did, instead of giving antioxidant, we provided a swimming training to the animals, 9 weeks, and then we measured the function. So this is a passive avoidance test. We put the, rat is a night animal. It really hates the light. So this is a box. One part of a box is white, and you have a light here. It's a brightening part of the box. The other is dark. So when you put the animal here, at once it enters to the dark, safe part. But we were a bit bad guys because we delivered an electric shock. You can see a metal grid here, and the animals got an electric shock. So next day, again, you put the animal here. If it remembers that this is a dangerous part, it stays here, although it really hates the light. So this is a kind of measures of memory. And in this part, we got a light here again. This is active avoidance test. When the light is on, the animal has to jump on the pole in order to avoid electric shock. So it's much more complicated test. So let's see what happened. What we actually found, again, we also measure the carbonyl groups, which represents the damage of free radicals on the proteins. as a result of aging, this damage is increased. But in exercise group, a young and old exercise group, the carbonyl accumulation was much smaller. So actually, exercise decreased the carbonylation of proteins, protected the brain against free radicals. And the other very important point was that with exercise, we found declined memory in the animals, so same as in humans, naturally. But our exercise program prevented this decline in the memory. So we say that exercise was very beneficial to attenuate the age-related decline in memory. And in the upper slide here, you can see the learning capacity was fantastic in young and old animal case. So altogether, exercise has a fantastic function on the memory. And why is that? And how exercise can actually decrease the damaged proteins in the brain. In the cell, we have a housekeeping system. In case of proteins, this is done by proteasome. Proteasome is a powerful enzyme which degrades overused proteins, damaged proteins. And what we have found as a result of exercise training, the housekeeping enzyme activity is increased in the brain. So as a result of increased housekeeping, then the function is increased. Just think about it. What happens with the old cell? Old cell has all of the components, but because of the oxidative damage is accumulating in the cell, the function is declining. If you have something which cleans the damage, which is proteasome in this part, then the function is going to increase. So we published this paper 2001. It has very nice citation, over 500. That time we didn't know that the proteasome actually is responsible for the degradation of beta amyloid. And as you know, exercise, as you know, beta amyloid is the protein which is accumulating as a result of Alzheimer's disease. So at that time we didn't know that the proteasome could be very important to decrease the incidence of Alzheimer's disease. So then, knowing this paper, we wrote a review that exercise plays a preventive role against Alzheimer's disease. And this also has very nice citation, over 300, suggesting that indeed physical inactivity is very bad, not just for the muscle, it's also bad for the brain. If you do exercise, you can skip maybe Alzheimer's disease as well. So how much exercise is necessary? We did a study. We have a control group here, moderate training, severe training, and overtraining. And we thought, okay, with overtraining, in this case, the animals had to swim 6 hours per day, 7 days a week. So very massive loading. And even this massive loading, actually we have found in this case, in rat study, I want to emphasize, that even 6 hours of swimming improved the brain function. So it means that we could not reach overtraining, because overtraining, the performance is decreasing. But this is a very good news, that most probably even severe training would not cause any harm to your brain. So do exercise, and then keep your brain healthy. Again, in this study, we also measure the lipid peroxidation, which is how free radicals attack and damage lipids. We measure the DNA damage, we measure the DNA repair, so everything. And then in another study, we were very much interested in whether the effects of exercise is forever or just a short period of time. So we had a control group, an exercise with 6 weeks of training. As a result of 6 weeks of training, the brain performance increased significantly, as you can see with this red bar. And after 6 weeks of detraining, And unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know how to say, a detraining eliminated the good effects of exercise on the function. So it means that you have to continuously do exercise. So the good effects of exercise will not last forever at the brain function. And we got very matching data in the carbonylation. So because 6 weeks of training decreased the carbonylation, the protein damage in the brain, and the detraining case, it started to get back to the normal level. And then we measured some neurotrophic factors such as NGF and BDNF. BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, is one of the most important neurotrophin which is affected by exercise. Just think about it. BDNF is responsible for new cell formation. BDNF is responsible for better and bigger synapse. BDNF is responsible for learning. BDNF is responsible for better memory. BDNF is decreasing with Alzheimer's disease. And BDNF is decreasing in case of mental stress. So exercise is good against mental stress. Why? Because increasing BDNF level. But the increase of BDNF level, again, is not forever, because by detraining you can eliminate this. In another study, this is a beautiful study. We have two groups of animals. They put actually about 300 rats on treadmill, and they measured how many meters do they run. And they selected those guys who run just a very few meters, so-called bed runners, or low capacity runners, LCR, and high capacity runners who run a lot. So they kept 5 males and 5 females from low capacity runners, and they mated, and we have 5 male and 5 female rat from high capacity runners. They are also mated. So no exercise training. So offsprings from low capacity runners after 11 generation just run 200 meters, and from high capacity runners more than 800 meters. Huge, significant difference. And you know what happened? Low capacity runners animals, this is the orange bar, had high blood pressure, and when you check the artery response was very poor compared to high capacity runners. And moreover, when they check the mitochondrial important proteins, they have very low. So these guys suffered from different kind of problems, mostly obesity. And when they checked what is the lifespan of long capacity runners, shorter lifespan than high capacity runners. You see very beautifully. So it seems without training, those guys who have a high running capacity live longer, and those who have a short capacity live shorter. And then we checked the brain function of these animals, and actually what we found that high capacity runners had much better brain function. Measuring the passive avoidance test. This is low capacity control, low capacity trained, high capacity control, perfect function, and high capacity trained. It could not be further increased because it was perfect result. So then we checked the neurogenesis, how many new cells are formed, and we found actually just only high capacity runners case exercise resulted new cell formation in the hippocampus. And in the last part, very shortly, I would like to talk about, which is something pretty interesting, I do believe, which is microbiome. You know, if you are 70 kilo, you have about 1.5 kilo bacteria in your gut and in the intestine. And the question is how this microbiome affects your whole body function, and naturally it affects your brain function as well. What you can see as a result of this if you see this slide, actually, you can figure out that the microbiome is very plastic. So depending on whether you are breastfeeded or formula feeded, the microbiome is different. It is changing as a result of aging. It is changing by malnutrition, naturally changing by antibiotic treatment, changing by obesity, and it is changing by exercise. No surprise. So we did a study in which we used transgenic animals. Animals do not have Alzheimer's disease, so you have to have a transgenic animals. So we got an APP PS1 transgenic mice, which is a very powerful model of Alzheimer's disease. And we trained animals for 20 weeks, and then we checked their brain function. And we not just trained them, we also treated them with probiotics. Probiotics, which is called formalin, which contains different kind of vitamins, as you can see here, then, and lactobacillus as well. So as a result, again, we use the Morris-Mays test I already introduced to you, and as a result, you can see animals with this Alzheimer's disease had same result every day, because their short-term memory as a result of accumulation of beta amyloid is completely damaged. So no improvement at all. On the other hand, the group which was treated by exercise and got a probiotic supplementation, the performance is beautifully improved. See this, very beautiful improvement. So first of all, we could improve the brain function of these animals who are suffering from Alzheimer's disease by exercise and probiotic treatment. This is beautiful. And we checked why, and this is the hippocampus of the animals, and this is the accumulation of beta amyloid, the control group formalin treated, training, and the combined effect. And this is the number of the plaques, and this is the area of the plaques. So in both cases, exercise had a beneficial effect. And because we treated the animals with probiotics, two groups, you can see the lactobacillus, which was in the probiotic treatment, which higher in the microbiome than in other groups. So this shows very nicely the accuracy of our measurement. And we have found bacterium, which is related to the function. So actually a Provotella bacteria is related to the function, which means if you got more Provotella, you get better function. If you had less function. The control group has much higher level of Provotella than the groups suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and exercise has a beneficial effect. And the other very important point is that we have found a bacteria which was much lower concentration in control group than from the group suffering from Alzheimer's disease. So it seems that Alzheimer, it is not just affects your brain, it is a systemic disease. It affects other organs as well, and naturally it also affects your microbiome. And the manipulation of the microbiome by exercise and probiotic treatments has a very beneficial effect of exercise, and actually you can decrease the severeness of the disease. So this is the final slide of this study. Actually, we have found that as a result of Alzheimer's disease, Provotella bacterium concentration is decreased, and other bacterium increased, and as a result, we got a leaky gut. So it means that the intestine and the gut could release pro-inflammatory cytokines and then can accelerate the development of the disease. On the other hand, exercise showed a very beautiful effect and prevented the damage of the intestine, and by this affected the severeness of Alzheimer's disease. So finally, here I would like to summarize some of our observations. Exercise prevents age-associated loss of memory. Exercise decreases oxidative damage in the brain. Exercise increases the activity of housekeeping enzymes such as proteins, narpilizin, and the insulin degrading enzyme. Exercise, the combined effects of exercise and probiotics improve the brain function of mice which mimics Alzheimer's disease. Exercise and probiotics decrease the accumulation of beta amyloids. So decreased level of protella observed in Alzheimer group suggests lack of mutin formation, which protects the epithelial layer of the intestine. Decreased level of protella can cause depression observed in Alzheimer's disease. Bitturigenesis important to mucin formation and tight junction of the proteins, and exercise has a good effects on that. And exercise training decreases the activity of Johnsoni. This bacteria actually produces free radicals, and it is also known, we cannot prove by the result of the study, that exercise decreases the incidence of colon cancer, and this could be one of the reasons why exercise can do that. So altogether, thank you very much for your kind attention. This is my group, and this is the city of Budapest. And next year you are welcome in Budapest in this meeting. Thank you very much again, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you. Okay.
Paper that you have presented, and now is open for question and answer.
Just a minute. Okay, I got a question. What is the minimal suggested frequency of exercise? How many hours per day? How many days per week in order to prevent greater loss of brain function? I got this question from Syed Mustaqim. Sorry if I am not correct to pronouncing his name or her name. So I would say 30 minutes per day, about 5 times a week would be fantastic. In case of animal studies, it is pretty clear that aerobic exercise is very beneficial. There are some studies use the high intensity interval training, which is very popular these days to improve endurance training and so on. But in case of brain function, the results are very much mixed up. There are some studies suggesting that high intensity exercise training is good, but there are some other studies suggesting that aerobic training is much better. So what my suggestion is that aerobic exercise 30 minutes per day would be very beneficial. And if it is possible, I would like to suggest to do exercise which is complex. Natural running, swimming would be nice too, but if you can play, if you have a different environment, if you have kind of tactical task to solve, that kind of exercise could be even better. So this is my response to that question. My other question is from Shana Krishna. Does exercise have an impact on gut bacteria? No question. There are many studies on that. This is pretty interesting. Exercise has a systemic effect. Naturally, it is pretty interesting because when you do exercise, the blood flow in the muscle is increasing, can be increased by 100-fold, huge increase. In the brain, there is a small increase, but it's an increase. In the liver, gut, kidney, huge decrease. But despite of the very different blood and oxygen supply, the effects are very similar because exercise benefits all of the organs, everything. We even have a study in which we studied the effects of exercise on testes. And no surprising, physical inactivity decreases the fertility of the animals. If you do exercise, it improves Of course, the question is how much exercise is good for that. But if you think about evolution, fertility is one of the most important part. Again, physical inactivity is bad for that. And in case of God, no question, it is very much proved that exercise has a beneficial effect on the microbiome. And another question is from Nur Shahidatul Nabila. I would like to ask, since exercise can affect aging brain function, does early symptom of Alzheimer's disease can be reduced? Yes, I would say yes. And to my knowledge, at the moment, Alzheimer's disease cannot be cured. But if you see the risk factors, the two most important risk factors of Alzheimer's disease are the physical and cognitive inactivity. So one way is naturally to train your brain. The other way is, of course, or same together, you have to train your body. And the best is to both. Because most of the Alzheimer's we can found early biochemical change associated with neuropathogen and posterior. Also, vigorous metabolic changes occurs in the posterior. My question is, does exercise can make any changes overcome the changes that have been detected early signs? It is known that exercise, as I mentioned, affects hippocampus. Naturally, we and others also showed that exercise has a fantastic effect on cerebellum, the small brain. And the motor cortex, of course, affected by exercise training. Frontal lobe also affected by exercise training. So I am not sure that every region of the brain affected by the same manner. But because exercise improves the circulation in the brain, exercise improves the oxygen supply, exercise improves the metabolic state of the brain, it's extremely important. And as a result of Alzheimer's disease, to my knowledge, the metabolism of the brain is decreasing. So metabolism is one of the key factors. If you don't use it, you are losing. So by exercise, you actually get somehow your brain get the necessary blood supply and fuel supply. I am not sure it's a correct answer for you, but I did my best. Okay. After how long exercise will lead to improvement in memory? Whether minimum 8 weeks of training will be already shown improvement. Thank you. This is from Noor Sulastri. I am not sure that 8 weeks of training would be enough. There are studies, as I mentioned to you, they did half year of training. Recently, we did a study in which last year we had a rowing master world championships in Hungary. So we tested the rowers from the age of 40 to 85. And of course, we also use sedentary groups as a control. What we have found actually that trained rowers had not just better muscle function, but they got also better memory as well. But I would say in case of improvement brain function, you might need a bit longer period of time than 8 weeks. Okay, I got one more question. Could exercise actually slow down shortening or chromosome through aging? There are some studies on telomere. You know, telomere is the cap on the chromosome, and as a result of cell division, the telomere length is getting shorter and shorter. There are some studies showing that exercise do not have bad effects on the telomere. Actually, one study from Italy, from Daniela Caporosi and her co-workers showed that exercise has a beneficial effect on telomere length, and which means that the shortening is not as significant as the shortening of the telomere from control group. We are also measuring the length of the telomeres in the previous study that I mentioned to you, but we haven't got the result yet. So aerobic exercise, this is another question from Mood, size 1 being Yashni. Aerobic exercise like running and swimming appears to be best for the brain health. And does that mean that exercise with high intensity is good for our brain? And what are the most time for our body to gain new neurons growth, which is good for our brain? As I mentioned earlier, there are now studies on neurogenesis and high intensity interval training, because high intensity interval training is now seems to be through improving the metabolism of the peripheral tissues such as skeletal muscle can improve the maximum oxygen uptake, despite of the fact but this is anaerobic exercise. It improves aerobic function, and aerobic function is generally associated with better brain function. But in case of animal studies, where you can really study new cell formation, human studies is pretty difficult to get the brain out. But in case of animal studies, it seems that the results are conflicting. We have some studies suggesting that high intensity interval training is beneficial, and there are some studies suggesting that aerobic exercise is even better. So something happened on my slide. Okay, I lost the connection, or I don't know what happened.
Are there any more questions there? Okay. But nevertheless, if there is going to be any questions, we will compile them and we will send your questions to Dr. Radak. All right?
Yeah.
So once again, thank you very much to Dr. Radak for your very high quality presentation. And I'm sure many people that have attended your paper would have benefited a lot on how exercise that benefits the size of the brain and also to prevent and also treat diseases of the mind. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are connected around the planet to this very nice conference. This is Domenico Cianflone speaking from Milan, from the San Raffaele Hospital, where I'm Professor of Cardiology and Director of Cardiovascular Rehabilitation and Prevention. Today we will address together one key question regarding exercise and the heart. And the question is, can you exercise safely with an arrhythmia? Allow me in the next few minutes to make a short reminder for the sake of the many students that are connected to us, I'm very glad for it, to review briefly some ECG strips. This is the normal sinus rhythm. It is called sinus because the beat starts from the top of the right atrium in the so-called sinus node. And in ECG you can see that the beats are regularly spaced. When you have a ventricular ectopic beat ectopic means it starts from an anomalous origin, and you can see in the very nice chart here, it starts directly from the ventricle. The beat interrupts the normal sequence, it being detected by a different shape. The beat could be isolated or could be in a sequence of a few, or even, and this is the dangerous situation, the so-called ventricular tachycardia. You'll never be addressed directly by a patient saying, okay, I want to do exercise, now I'm having a ventricular tachycardia because it's feeling dizzy and maybe someone is called in the emergency service. But you might meet some patient that now and then have ventricular tachycardia for the cardiac conditions. Last but not least, there is another kind of arrhythmia which is due to an unordinated activation of the atria, which is called atrial fibrillation. The most important and frequent cause of atrial fibrillation is high blood pressure, And so think of exercise we are addressing in the prevention of non-communicable disease, obesity, cardiovascular disease, and hypertension as a first. Let me go back to some 60 more years old to a textbook which was the very first modern textbook in modern cardiology from Paul Wood. We are in the 50s, and this father of modern cardiology was writing, "It is wise to assume the innocence of ectopic beats under any condition and to judge organic disease on other grounds." This is a key sentence that tries to make us focus not on the detail but to the person as a whole. Later, some 20 years later, on another paper, we were in 1973, concluded there was no firm conclusion that should not warrant an arrhythmic fight, and subjects with more frequent ectopic beats with exercise to avoid strenuous exertion. Let me underline what they were saying at that time. Whenever you see arrhythmias, you have to give drugs. Sometime later, it happened through another study. They studied the prevalence and the significance on the long term of the ventricular ectopic beats that were induced by exercise in healthy people. And the conclusion at that time was frequent or repetitive exercise-induced ventricular arrhythmias in asymptomatic individuals without apparent heart disease do not predict increased cardiac morbidity or mortality, and therefore they do not require specific therapy. So you see here we have a couple of key comments. Think of the person, not only of the arrhythmias. There are some conflicting evidences. We have to eradicate it. We have to think how the global condition is. And nevertheless, in those years, the fight against arrhythmias, trying to cancel, to eradicate any possible ectopic beats or arrhythmias of any kind, led to a study which was called the CAST, Cardiac Arrhythmia Suppression Trial, which demonstrated exactly the opposite. An excess in treating with antiarrhythmic drugs increased mortality. That was the turning point into the approach towards arrhythmias. Arrhythmias must be considered by the severity and in concordance to the underlying disease. So, severity. How many ectopic beats? How many count? These papers, which is quite recent, 2017, I encourage you to go and read it, was stating that ectopic ventricular complex are a very common clinical problem, and patients may be either symptomatic and we find them by chance on an ECG recording, or because people feel the skipping of the heart or the heart beating strong, a possible chest discomfort, or in certain cases some degree of dizziness. The 24-hour recording ECG called Holter monitoring can help correlate these symptoms and these arrhythmias, and is a reliable mean to quantify the frequency. So how many there are in 24 hours in daytime rather than nighttime. And this paper helps stating that a high frequency was meant to be at least 20% of all beats. Remember, throughout the day, any individual has from 80,000 to 100,000 ectopic beats, so 20% is quite a high number. And those kind of patients require a more aggressive therapy independently of symptom. And here another concept is coming up. The occurrence and the symptoms are not strictly related. But don't you worry for the time being. Planning exercise does not mean to be the cardiologist. So, over time, people started saying, okay, there are ectopic beats that do happen during or after exercise. Is there a difference? Should we address these points in a different way, meaning are there differences whether the ectopic beats happen at the top of the exercise or when people are stop and relax? But you may remember that there are chronicles and reports of people that were exercising nicely, that were exercising strenuously, and then eventually, upon stopping, they had a very strong arrhythmia, and eventually this led, unfortunately, to death. That means that there is a possible different impact of the ectopic beats that are arising during the exercise or just after. And this is indeed true. This other paper demonstrated that the occurrence of arrhythmias after the exercise, these were people that had an exercise stress test, almost 30,000 people, a very large study, but eventually demonstrated the occurrence of these arrhythmias after the end of the exercise was more dangerous over the years. So my first concern, and which is shared in the exercise community and among the WSM group, is to take care after a strenuous exercise not to stop abruptly. And there are electrophysiological and adrenergic reasons that could sustain this occurrence. So if you are interested, you can go further on and read this nice article, which is published free on the e-journal of the European Society of Cardiology, that addresses the frequent ventricular extrasystoles, their significance, their prognosis, and if you're interested, treatment, but this helps you into deciding whether these patients should be reported once more to the cardiologist. The key sentence is written here in blue, and I wish you to read it. Frequent and apparently idiopathic premature ventricular contraction are usually considered a benign condition that can be managed by conservative measures. So let's go back to our daily work. We have a lady here, which is she's slightly overweight, and she complains about a certain degree of palpitations, skipping beats, things like that. What should we do? Which door we have to open? There are many doors that are related to the assessment and the understanding whether it is safe or this requires further investigation. Well, the first door we mentioned at the beginning of this talk. Understand the person. Talk to the person. Take it in general. So you have to ask the lady of the cartoon before whether she had any cardiac manifestation beforehand. And trying to understand, you might wish to understand her risk, because the cardiovascular risk is a composite of a number of risk factors that do include overweight, smoking, high blood pressure, diabetes, high cholesterol, and sedentary lifestyle. And you're going to address the sedentary lifestyle. To be sure that anything wrong could happen during exercise, it might be useful to refer the person to a cardiology team to have an exercise stress test performed to check not only for arrhythmias, but for any electrocardiographical changes that might warrant further examination. Second is to check the structural integrity of the heart by means of ultrasound, an echocardiogram. This is an easy to perform very easily available examination to assess people at risk for a cardiac disease, and we'll see some risk criteria later on. For the time being, we will be focusing and thinking of cardiac disease in anything which is related to the arrhythmias or to the risk factor for the heart attack and the coronaries, and the coronary artery disease, the coronary blockage. There are another number of conditions that do require the attention of cardiologists before exercising, which are listed here. Because in the last 2 decades, most of the conditions which eventually lead to severe arrhythmias and sudden death are these ones which are related to mostly genetic disorders in the heart, in the way the ions go through the cell, or to a structural disease, the heart, or to an infection. Let me read them. The long QT, which could be drug induced by a number of very commonly used drugs. That's why a standard ECG is required before exercising. The occurrence of a genetic channel disease, which is a disturbance of the ion channels through the myocytes membrane. Cardiomyopathies of different kinds, and the acute infection of the heart, which is called myocarditis. I have a couple examples. The first diseases that I mentioned, the genetic of the channel of the ions. Well, can they do exercise? Yes. With this, athletes with channelopathy may be eligible to play, not only to exercise. There are a number of conditions, so it could be safe. Second, if a patient that you know very well and that has been exercising with you in your gym or your institution in a symphony place could say, okay, I'm back because I had a sort of kind of flu, don't think COVID-19, please. A kind of flu, and from that time on, I have the feeling of skipped beats, skipping palpitation. Well, that kind of flu could have been an infection of the heart, myocarditis. So these are the kind of patients in which you could raise a red flag saying, okay, hold on, let's check if everything is normal. Last but not least, in this initial assessment, a strenuous exercise may trigger the atrial fibrillation. This could happen in more elderly people, in people in which high blood pressure is not under control, or in people in which the underlying heart disease, the inability of the heart to work, which is called heart failure, is already there. That occurrence of that atrial fibrillation is not an emergency thing, but you have to stop the person and report it for treatment if this is a new occurrence. If the patient has chronic atrial fibrillation because of any of the reasons that could trigger atrial fibrillation, he can exercise. Just focus yourself on the checking the heart rate of this person, which could go very high easily. So downtone the level of exercise for these people, but they should exercise because exercise in cardiac patient is required. Let's go back to the key and the most scary of arrhythmias, so-called ventricular tachycardia and ventricular tachycardia, which would evolve in atrial fibrillation, are the conditions by which an external cardioversion should be required. So we're thinking of something which is crucial and may happen during exercise of certain intensity. I wish you to suggest to download and read from the European Society of Cardiology site. You can download for free the full text and the slides, the full set of slides, and we're sharing together some of the latest guidelines of sports cardiology and exercise in cardiovascular patients. And here we have a message. Patients with a cardiac condition can do sports, should exercise. For those who are not familiar with the guidelines, there are some sort of color coding of the guidelines saying green, this is recommended or indicated, red, definitely not recommended, yellow could be considered or may be considered, which is subtle difference, and it goes according to the precise classification of the patient for its disease. You know better than me that in the course from prescribing exercise to achieving an effective exercise program, there are a number of conditions that should be taken into account. But this could be made thinking not only at yourself, individual, or watching me and the other speakers, but thinking that exercise prescribing and following is a teamwork. There are several components for the expression of physical fitness, and some other speakers will address them more in detail than me. But you know that there are some cardiorespiratory, muscular, metabolic components that are to be taken into account. Because these cardiorespiratory and metabolic components do enter in the stratification of the risk for these patients. These are the risk categories that the European Society of Cardiology is identifying. People at very high risk, cardiovascular risk, not exercise risk. Once again, let's go through this data and we check with the common practice. People we have documented atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, that means disease of the coronaries, the carotid, the arteries of the leg, that presented from a clinical presentation or because some imaging detected, or because some intervention like a bypass operation or a stent treatment for the coronaries, or because they had a stroke or transient ischemic attack, peripheral heart disease, or an heart attack, myocardial infarction. Well, these people are at high risk of having a new episode. Also, the occurrence of concomitant occurrence of diabetes and or chronic kidney disease or familial hypercholesterolemia, which is not yet explored in the families yet. Well, these people at high risk of a new event, nevertheless, people having any of those are sent to a rehabilitation program to do exercise. So exercise is the key treatment. Then we have the lower risk and high risk because they have some cholesterol, or they are diabetic, or they have chronic kidney disease but did not have in a previous event. And there are low risk, there are some tables to calculate the risk level for patients in the slides that I encourage you once again to download. So let's go through some of these recommendations in the next 5-6 minutes concluding this presentation. Recommendation for exercise in individual at risk for atherosclerotic coronary artery disease and asymptomatic individuals in which in any way the disease of the coronaries has been already detected. Among these individuals, participation in all types of exercises, including competitive sports, should be considered an individual assessment. And we go back to square one, okay? There is the patient in front of you, and according to the setting and the symptom, consulting with the attending physician eventually, but exercise can be considered, should be considered. Which are the factors determining the risk of adverse event during intensive exercise and competitive sports in this kind of individuals? Remember that there is a key difference between intensive exercise and light and moderate exercise, which is prescribed to them all, which are related to the type and level of the competition, to the fitness which was achieved so far, the cardiovascular risk profile, meaning the amount of risk factors and the severity, intensity of these risk factors. The fact that when people are exercised on a treadmill with an ECG, they do show ischemia, so they do show that a certain part of the heart is not receiving blood enough for its work, or that they can trigger arrhythmias. So a number of conditions that could determine the risk of adverse events. So if there are such patients, before putting them in a strong program or in a team, have them checked. Let's shift over to the atrial fibrillation. In the atrial fibrillation, I already commented that the occurrence of a new episode was not there in the previous session 3 days ago. Now it is there. You stop, you send the patient to an emergency department to have the atrial fibrillation treated. And there is a reason, because the atrial fibrillation with the atria which are not contracting can cause the formation of small thrombic coagulation of the blood within the atria that eventually can go straight up to the head and cause stroke. Atrial fibrillation is the first cause of stroke, and hypertension through atrial fibrillation is generally the thing that must be fought in order to reduce the incidence of stroke through exercise to start first. So these are conditions in which there are a number of people in which they're taking acute medication, but that you know that exercise is not induced in that very moment. Last condition we will discuss. In a certain number of persons, mostly young, the rhythm is generated through a certain short circuit called re-entry. Try to remember what you saw before of a regular rhythm with very evenly and spaced heartbeats. You see, these are very close. This is a severe tachycardia. Here the heart is beating in excess 220 beats per minute. This is a specific condition that can happen because there is a certain degree of a short circuit within the heart. The trigger of the beat is returning quickly back and triggers a new beat again. This is generally a benign condition, which is rather discomforting because the heart is beating faster. If you happen to have some of your patients reporting to you this kind of very fast beating because he checked with maybe one new smart device and the beats were in excess of 200 while resting, well, report them to a clinic, to a physician. There are a number of people in which the electrocardiogram within the heart with a specific study for a small electrode to go through a vein into the heart to be performed is called electrophysiology study. And this person, if the short circuit is identified, it can be deleted by means of a small catheter with a radio frequency and is called ablation. And this stops forever the arrhythmias. So these kind of people can exercise under a certain condition. I won't go through all the details because you've been listening to me for at least 26 minutes, but these are the key. Most of the people can eventually go and do even sport participation in teams. Very last, we've been addressing the ventricular ectopic beats and the ventricular tachycardia. Again, what are the guidelines from the European Society of Cardiology? You see, it's all green. So there are criteria, and for instance, people with more than 2 random ectopic beats in the sternal electrocardiogram should go into a detailed assessment. To cut a long story short, you have a patient in front of you, having them assessed, try to understand its level or threshold for triggering arrhythmias with the help of the team, and have them exercise because it will lower its risk for a major adverse event. That once again, the most common are coronary heart disease, heart attack, and stroke. And you see, this is very prevalent throughout the world. For those interested in the current status of the combination of research and the future avenues, this is a nice article I suggest you to read. But now it's time for us to go all and exercise. Thank you for all your attention.
Let me try to underline a fact. So cardiac patients should exercise. Cardiac patients, even after an acute event, must exercise. The level of exercise must be tailored. Sorry, I have an echo. Must exercise. The level of exercise and the level of activity should be tailored. There are several tools to help it, and there are a number of conditions in which the level of exercise could be addressed. I have a question from Dr. Raven Lee from Malaysia, and I'm reading for you now. As we know, scuba divers experience increased level of pressure underwater when scuba diving. Are cardiac patients significantly at risk if they decide to go scuba diving? Is there a direct correlation between the increase of pressure triggering a cardiac event? If yes, is there a specific cardiac condition that might be a risk of being triggered an increase in blood in pressure in underwater? This is a very interesting and nice question. Addresses several topics. A certain number of severely diseased patients, for instance, patients with heart failure, the inability of the heart to provide enough blood to the rest of the body, during these extreme condition could be worse. Also, there is a specific condition which is a little defect in the wall separating the two atria, which is called patent foramen ovale, for which scuba diving is not suggested unless there is a repair, a sort of tiny umbrella closing the little hole in the wall. There is a comment from Dr. Lim Bon Hoi in which I read it and I share. High intensity interval training is really safe for cardiac patient. Indeed, there are a number of papers showing the net benefit over the years and the reduction of adverse events, exercise related and on the long term. While we're waiting for further question, let me add that there was a word error when I was speaking, when I said that eventually ventricular tachycardia, if persisting, may evolve. I meant ventricular fibrillation, not atrial fibrillation. So when you listen to this, make this tiny correction. So in the next sessions, while we're waiting for new questions, the next speakers will address the exercise prescription in specific condition. So for heart failure patient has screening for premature coronary artery disease, meaning what is being done, what could be done in this patient to prevent the development of coronary disease and its effect. And the last presentation will address what is the appropriate exercise level to induce cardioprotection in patient with risk. So established failure of the heart and prescription for prevention. Now I see that the screen for the next presenter is coming up, so I leave the mic to Professor Hashbullah Ismail from Malaysia, and I would be very glad to listen to him. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Hashbullah, Dr. Hashbullah Ismail. Today I would like to share a little bit knowledge on exercise prescription for chronic heart failure patients. So the topic will be exercise prescription for heart failure patients, and at the moment I am the Director of Industry, Community and Alumni in UAITM, and by practice I am also a cardiac rehab specialist. So before we talk about exercise prescription on heart failure patients, some introduction of this heart failure, where we know that through exercise rehabilitation or exercise training, this exercise training or exercise rehabilitation definitely will improve the functional capacity. And a lot of study around the world through literature saying that it will increase the quality of life. But despite so many paper, so many prescription for exercise, but come into the survival of the chronic heart failure patient still not yet very strong, and also the evidence of showing the right dose and the optimal of the exercise is still debate. So hopefully that today with some sharing session today with you, we can get some idea what type of how we can prescribe exercise to these special patients. Before we talk on exercise prescription, we should some understanding the type of the heart failure. There's a two type, as we know. One is the systolic heart failure, and another one is the diastolic heart failure. So by definition, the difference between these two, the heart failure with reduced ejection fraction basically have a problem in terms of the structural and physiological impairment of the ventricular fillings or ejection of the blood. Meanwhile, the heart failure with preserved ejection fractions, this is the inability of the ventricular of the blood to accept to eject the blood from the arteria. So by the end, it will limit the stroke volume and the cardiac output. So always remember, before we do the prescription, please look into the sign and symptom of this patient. So from this sign and symptom, we can get some idea, because we try, it can give you some meaning in terms of the sign and symptom. First, in terms of the safety. Second, from the sign and symptom, we can do some prescription. We know that most of these patient basically they feel very fatigued. Why they feel very fatigued? Because of lack of oxygen that they carry, and that probably because of the low cardiac output at their hearts. So low cardiac output of their heart will make they feel very fatigued, and also it will make themselves to feel in the low condition of the fitness. So some condition to this patient, they have a fluid retention, especially at the area of the lower limb. Because of the low cardiac output, they cannot pump the blood very strongly, and the fluid will be accumulated at the area of the lower limb. And no wonder that we can find some edema to the ankle of these patients. So exercise intolerance basically is the things happen to these heart failure patients. So the reduced left ventricular ejection fraction, this is the main concerns to the heart failure patient, and also the abnormality of the neurohormonal. And let's look into the characteristic of this heart failure patient. Basically, they have poor fitness, they have a very poor heart functions, they have a very poor blood vessels, and the characteristic of this patient, basically, they have a potential of high mortality risk, and also the quality of life of this patient definitely very, very low. So scientists around the world, as we understand, they have categorized this heart failure patient into 4, class 1 to 4, class 2, class 3, and 4. Where this class 1 patient, basically, they don't have any problem during rest, and also they don't have any problem during activity. So this is the class 1 of a patient in terms of the functional status. The class 2, during rest, they feel okay, but when they start do the physical activity, they feel a very mild discomfort. And the class 3, where during rest they feel very mild discomfort, and of course during the physical activity they feel very, very struggling. And the last one, the class 4, basically, even not during the physical activity they are discomfort, they're having a problem. Even during rest also they have the symptom of very fatigue. Sometimes they need oxygen and also ionotropes. So before we do the prescription to the exercise, we basically should understand the benefit of the chronic heart failure patients if they are doing the rehabilitation, and if we can try to share this benefit to the patient, because once they know the benefit of doing this exercise training, we hope that they can comply to the exercise regime, because we understand that compliance rates to this patient basically something very challenging, not only to the patient but also to the health provider, to make sure that they adhere to the exercise regime. So a benefit of this exercise, basically, it will improve the fitness level, they will improve the heart function definitely, the quality of life definitely will be improved. One study in 2006 showing that through the systematic review and meta-analysis, showing that improve the quality of life. Because we know that most of the heart failure patients, they are in the very depressed situation. So by doing this exercise, definitely they will improve the stress level to be back to normal. And the blood vessel function improve, attenuate the brain natriuretic peptide BNP will be improved as well. So this is the graph that shows the healthy and the chronic heart failure muscle property. We can see that the difference between these two, where the type 2A percentage of the chronic heart failure patient will be more than the normal patients, and type 1 muscle, where for the aerobic will be less compared to the normal. So I appreciate that while we are doing exercise, we need to focus on this fiber type, from this low type 1, a higher type 2A. So once we do the strength training, we hope that they can improve not only the fiber type, also the fiber size and the capillary fiber ratio and the enzyme. And the strength of the particular patient basically will be increased if they start doing the exercise. So before we do the exercise testing, because once we do the prescription, we need to do exercise testing. We need to understand the contraindication of the graded exercise testing. So there is a two type. One is absolute, one is relative. If we find out that the patient have the absolute criteria before doing the exercise testing, don't ever try to do the exercise. Give you an example that they have the unstable angina, they complain of the chest pain, even though that they feel like chest pain more than 1 or 2, that definitely is considered absolute contraindication to do exercise testing. And there is acute non-cardiac disorder that may affect exercise performance, then some infections happen to that particular patient. This is the things that we cannot do. Another reason, another criteria is uncontrolled symptomatic heart failure happen. The sign and symptom, as we mentioned just now, appear. Example like they have the bilateral ankle edema during that time. The weight gain drastically from within 1 week. So they cannot do the exercise testing during that time. The relative one is that I give you example is the tachyarrhythmia or bradyarrhythmia happen. The heart rate suddenly too fast or maybe too slow. So please consider this before doing that. The hypertension, systolic blood pressure more than 200 mm per mercury, and the diastolic blood pressure more than 150 mm per mercury. So if that happen, please, if you still want to do when there is in the relative conditions, they should be in the clinical environment. And any neuromuscular, muscular or rhythmic disorder that can be appear during the exercise, and the mental and physical impairment happen. So let's go. We are going to start do the exercise testing. The first one, before we start do the graded exercise testing, make sure that we can obtain the informed consent for the particular patients, because anything can be happen during the testing, even though up to the level they pain, they fell down or even die. But anyway, if we control the contraindication, the sign and symptom, and also the termination criteria, is supposed to be fine for heart failure patient to do the testing. So the second one, we need to get some information during the supine position. Let the patient to lie down and get the ECG measurement, also get the heart rate, blood pressure during these conditions. And once we get this information, ask the patient to standing. So one from this standing, same process, get the ECG reading, also the heart rate, blood pressure. From there, we need to make sure that when they are in the standing position, a little bit of increasing heart rate, or perhaps the systolic blood pressure. But remember, if there is a situation where when the standing, suddenly the blood pressure drop compared during the supine position, then we are not supposed to do the exercise testing at that particular time. Once they finish standing measurement, we get the measurement from the standing, they need to perform the hyperventilation condition, where they need to hyperventilate for 1 minute, and from that 1 minute, let's look into the ECG measurement reading. The hyperventilate like faster for 1 minute. Once we get, and please label the reading of the ECG. Once the three process finished, then only we can ask the heart failure patients to start do the graded exercise testing. Whether you choose, in this case, I'm choosing the ergometer cycling, or if you want to do for the bicycle for the treadmill, you still can do that. So please also review any special precaution during that time. Example that if they have the orthopedic problem, or perhaps they have a diabetics, look into the blood sugar, the inhalator, the oxygens if necessary. And of course, you need to obtain the final medical clearance before do that. So once they already on the bicycle before start, we need to choose a protocol that we would like to introduce to the patient. Whether you can use the protocol of 3 minutes for one stage. Basically, we will take around 8 to 12 minutes for the ideal exercise testing. So 1 minute, one stage equal to 3 minutes. So if they can go 3 stages, it's around 9 minutes, or 4 stages around 12 minutes. So from there, if you think that 3 minutes is very hard for them, they can go for like 2 minutes. So 2 minutes, you can modify instead of 3 minutes, you can modify for 2 minutes, because we don't know the condition of the heart failure. Sometimes for them very hard to do for 3 minutes, then you should modify. But you need to choose from the beginning. So demonstrate the use of the ergometer before start doing that. So allow the patient to try the ergometer first before start doing that, and then only you can start the test. And remember, during the test, in every stage, you need to get the ECG result in every minute. Make sure that you get the heart rate every minute, the blood pressure every stage. Normally, before 15 seconds before go for the next stage, then you need to get the blood pressure result. And another things that you need to consider during that. You need to apply some scale for safety reason. Example, that angina scale. So if they are not reach up to 2 of angina scale, then you still can keep on doing that. And dyspnea also. So from 1 to 4. So if less than 2 should be okay, but in the clinical situations, clinical environment setting, then only you can do that. And look also on the intermittent claudications. So if the complaint of rate of scale 4, complaint more than 3 or 3, then you need to stop to do the testing. And the last one, don't forget to take the rate perceived exertion, the RPE scale, because some of these patients, they are taking medication, so that particular medication might be attenuate the heart rate, even the systolic blood pressure. So you need to refer to the RPE. So that is the things that you need to put in high consideration. So termination of the test. How to, once you stop the test, you need to obtain the peak blood pressure, and also you still need to record the ECG. And of course, before you stop the testing, you need to let the patient know, because you don't want to scare them or let them fall down because of at sudden you stop. So you need to write down the termination criteria, then initiate the recovery, start the recovery, because we know that from this recovery, it will let the blood pressure go back to normal. We need to make sure that the heart rate will go back to normal, at least less than 100. If we can get less than 100, it will be ideal. And the systolic blood pressure, if they can go back almost to the resting blood pressure. So during this recovery, make sure that you note the sign and symptom if any, and don't forget to take again, still take the blood pressure, heart rate, and every variable during this recovery. So that if you think that you want to terminate the exercise, graded exercise testing, but what happened that during the training, some condition happened, and this is something that a must for you to stop the exercise immediately. If during the testing, you can see that the ST changes elevate more than 1 millimeter. So elevation of the ST changes 1 millimeter will let the patient to get the myocardial infarctions. So careful with that. The ST depression more than 2 millimeter also is some termination criteria for you to stop, even though that the patient still said that they can continue to do that. And the drop of the systolic blood pressure more than 10 millimeter per mercury, even though that the intensity increased in every stage, suddenly the blood pressure dropped. So you need to stop the exercise testing. And the heart rate as well. If we know that the heart rate definitely will have a linear progression together with the intensity, the ACT increase, then the heart rate increase. But unfortunately, in this case, the heart rate suddenly go down. Then you need to stop the exercise. The angina scale achieved of the grade 3, one they said that the grade 3 from 4, you need to stop the exercise even though that you are in the clinical environment situations. So the central nervous system symptom appear, example the ataxia, dizziness, or you can see that near the syncope condition, stop the exercise, guys. And the technical difficulties happen. Suddenly the machine shows that wrong, or maybe there is a breakdown of some machines. Stop the exercise because the machine, the example the ECG reading, the computer that you do, or the bicycle measurement, you need to know the exact measurement for the prescriptions. And of course, the last one, absolute, if suddenly the patient feel that they want to stop with their willingness, then you need to stop. And the relative condition of termination of the graded exercise testing, if they feel of ST changes, depression more than 2 millimeter, that is a relative. Drop in systolic blood pressure more than 10 millimeter per mercury despite of the intensity increase. The chest pain increasing from 1, perhaps 2, you need to stop. They feel very fatigue, shortness of the breath, wheezing, leg cramp, or intermittent claudication. And the systolic blood pressure, once they reach 200 millimeter per mercury, diastolic blood pressure more than 110, 115, then you need to stop the exercise. So once you get the exercise testing result, you can categorize them whether they are low risk, moderate, or high risk. In the condition of the low risk, so for the health status, it could be unsupervised by the clinical or by the professional. But make sure that the 7 MET must be more than 7 MET. Regarding the professionally supervised, one they are moderate risk or high risk but stable, it should be accredited, supervised, someone who are in the therapy on health provider. However, in the condition where high risk, if you really want, they have less than 7 MET, so they should do in the clinical environment. So if anything happen, emergency, we have the safety procedure can be applied to the patient. And let's go to our main things here to establish the exercise prescription for this particular patient. Okay, we already know that we already get the testing, exercise testing. From this exercise testing, we need to make sure that they reach until to the maximum of MET level, maximum that they can go. As far that there is no any sign and symptom appear during that particular time. So the ECG, as far good, they can go up to 7 MET, 8 MET, 9 MET. I'll give you an example. But if at 8 MET, suddenly the ECG start to be abnormal, then they should stop. And during this testing, you should, again, as I mentioned just now, you need to record the ECG reading in every minute, check the heart rate, the blood pressure in every stage, the heart rate every minute, the rate pressure product, look into that, and also the symptom of any happen during the training, during the testing, and the last one, the RPE. because the RPE, as I mentioned just now, if they take any medication, so the heart rate, the blood pressure perhaps doesn't show you a very good reading, a proper reading, because this medication will attenuate the heart rate or blood pressure. And let's go into the highest safe workload. If you do the graded exercise testing, they can go up to, as I mentioned just now, 8 MET. Once they reach 8 MET, suddenly the ECG shows abnormality. Perhaps the ST changes increase for 1 mm as example. Then you should stop. So at 8 MET, that is the maximum. Once we want to prescribe the exercise, we need to do 1 MET below of the maximum safe. So you know that the problem start occur at the 8 MET. So once prescribed, the highest that you should do not more than 7 MET. It should be 1 MET below. And the training zone is supposed to be 2 MET wide. From 7 MET reduced to 5 MET. From 5 to 7. Then only the prescription will give some optimal. Remember, if this is the condition of the highest abnormality, you should go 1 MET below. So you should play around the rehabilitation between these two. From 7 MET to 5 MET. If you below than 5 MET, perhaps you cannot get the optimal result from that. So if you reach up to 8 MET, the abnormality of the heart start to appear, and that will be dangerous to the patient. So 1 MET is almost there. So that is the right dose supposed to we suggest suppose we apply to the patient. And from there we can establish the target heart rate zone. If they are not using the medication, as far that we know that the target heart rate zone, we can prescribe based on heart rate and the intensity. As far the intensity increase, the heart rate definitely will be increased, unless they are taking the medications. So if the medication, we need to refer to the sign and symptom. And once we already get, then start to calculate the modality of the specific work rate. As example, ergometer, we are based on the watts. If treadmill, we need to base on the speed and the gradient. So the right measurement, what is the speed of that example of walking, and the gradient will give the optimal result that you achieve a certain MET. Same thing also at the correct watts that we need to apply to the bicycle. From there, we can make sure that they can get the optimal. So once we already get the calculation for the modality, then we can start to do the rehabilitation or training of exercise, whether you prefer to do interval or to do the continuous training. So this is the example how they do the testing, and also they do the training. So the ECG measurement is quite important for them, because we want to make sure that they are still in the safe conditions. So example of the exercise prescription for diastolic heart failure patients. So if example the intermittent aerobics, they can do for 70 to 85% of maximum. And hopefully that if we can increase, give you an example of 11 milliliter per kg per minute, it can improve more than 14 milliliter per kg per minute after a while, after perhaps a few sessions, 12 sessions, so perhaps it may be increased. Definitely through the study, as we mentioned just now, it will improve the quality of life as well. So within 4 to 6 weeks, apply strength, because we know that the muscle property of this coronary heart failure patient is very poor, so it can increase the muscle mass. And in terms of the as I mentioned just now, on the cardiovascular, you can do continuous or you can do some interval. So maintain the aerobic duration, do some strength, hopefully that it will improve the left ventricular fillings, and also we can get the peak VO2 more than 14 milliliter per kg per minute. All right, let me recap again on this my presentation. Basically, before we do some prescription to heart failure patient, first thing we need to appreciate the type of the heart failure. There is a two type of heart failure, as we mentioned just now: systolic heart failure and diastolic heart failure. And from there, you should understand the sign and symptom of the heart failure patients. And from this sign and symptom, you start look into contraindication of the exercise testing and exercise training. Please highly consider this contraindication, because we want to make sure that heart failure patient, they are safe. And after that, you can start your exercise testing, because from the exercise testing we can prescribe. So during the exercise testing, make sure don't forget to get the heart rate, blood pressure, the RPE, RPP, the rate pressure product, and also the ECG, any abnormality. And from there, then only you can prescribe. Once you prescribe, make sure that you can go up to the maximum of safe workload, and don't go beyond the safe workload or because once they go beyond that, then you know that the body start to have some abnormality and they have having a problem. So keep on doing 1 Met below, between 2 Met wide. From example, if the maximum is 9 Met, so you go 1 Met below 8 Met, so it's supposed to be between 6 to 8 Met, and do that. And after that, you need to calculate the modality of the equipment that you use, whether you want to use the ergometer or you want to use the treadmill. You need to calculate that. So from there, wait until a few months, perhaps like maybe it's something that as a habit for them, as a routine for them, to make sure that they can come back and have some good treatment and come back to a normal life. So thank you very much for listening on my presentation. Hopefully that we can meet again in other platform.
I got a question here from Dayang Sabtuya binti Samawi. So the question is, how can I use the data from the graded exercise testing to plan for patient exercise program? Is it require a team of doctor, nurses, physio during conducting the exercise testing? So she's referring to the cardiac rehab phase 3 onward. Well, during the testing, basically on the coronary heart failure patient, we need to do it in the hospital setting, because we don't want them to get any problem. Suddenly they can get heart attack, and it can occur so many abnormality of the heart. So not necessary to be a doctor to be in front of the patient. Basically, as far that the doctor will be in the same building, there is a panic button, and however, I still recommend to have a hospital setting environment for the coronary heart failure patients. And in terms of the training or the exercise rehabilitation program to the patient, as far that they are doing in the hospital setting, the medical doctor should be in the same building, and if not, they must be access to the emergency if anything. And the things that I would like to share here, the reason why we do the testing, basically we want to know the exact optimal load for these heart failure patients, because if we are not doing the right dose to these heart failure patients on the rehab, perhaps we didn't get the expected result as we need. And there is a sample cases also that people are not using the moderate intensity continuous exercise rehab to this patient. In some conditions, they are using the high intensity interval training or rehabilitation to this kind of patient, heart failure patient. even though that it might be raised some of the medical practitioner, especially the cardiologist, but in terms of the research, in terms of the recent finding, they shows that as far that you control the symptom, perhaps the right dose to give to this particular patient maybe can give something good in terms of treatment to this patient. And the second question I got here is from Kathleen. She asked that physical activity or exercise, our students usually attacked by hyperventilation. What are your recommendations to help them out before bringing to the hospital? Well, there is some situation where when people are doing the rehab to this, not even the chronic heart failure patient, for those who have heart problem. So the first thing before we send to the hospital, make sure that they need to sit down and do as what normally physio do is lip breathing, where they should inhale deeply for 1 or 2 seconds and then stop for 1 second and then exhale for around 7 to 8 seconds. You know, the thing that when we do that particular thing, we hope that we can slow down the heart rate that suddenly increase because of the hyperventilation. So then they should be relaxed and do the lip breathing. Perhaps they need to do not even 1 minute, sometimes to 3 minutes before or while we are sending this patient or student to the hospital. So the third question here from Hong Ying Ying, typically how much graded exercise testing cost if we are to send a client for it? Where can we find it? Well, I mean, in Malaysia, basically, we can go into a certain hospital, especially in UITM hospital. They have a program that we call as the cardiac rehabilitation program, where they can do the graded exercise testing, and the cost might be varies because some of the private hospital in Malaysia specifically they have a resting ECG plus with the graded exercise testing, but the cost might be varies. I'm not very sure. It could be up to 450 ringgit, or probably maybe less than that, from 250 to 300. So maybe go to the hospital university. They have this, and from this hospital university, basically they can recommend you to any other hospital, general or private, in Malaysia. So so that is another question, yeah, from Dr. K. Romeo. So share us some common exercise to strengthen our heart to undergo extreme sport like mountaineering and scuba diving. Okay, share us some common exercise to strengthen our heart. Well, regardless in what condition environment that you go, whether you go for hypobaric condition, you go to the to high level of condition where the pressure might be low, or maybe you go for hyperbaric. Basically, you need to have a right dose. So interestingly, basically for the prescription for heart failure, they should go almost similar and the same that for high performance, where if the high performance, they should go for the maximum load that they can go. But in this heart failure patient, basically they should go for the maximum. But if when they reach the maximum intensity, and then we can realize that there is any abnormality start appear during that, so they should go 1 net below. So if they are not reach to that 1 minute below, perhaps we didn't get the expected result. So the idea is to make sure that our heart really get the maximum effect. You should go to the maximum.
Okay, thank you for opening my mic. Sorry for the short glitches we are experiencing, but I would like to remind to you all that more than 2,200 people registered to this conference. So this is a really a great event. So a quick thank you to Dr. Hashbullah and the key outlined and key points that he outlined. So patients need to be assessed for the severity of their disease, for their ability to do a proper exercise without any signs of an impending worsening in their condition. And also he underlined the fact that this is a teamwork. So the cooperation between the different experts in the different areas should be underlined. Since time is passing by very quickly, I would like to go and leave the mic and the screen to the next speaker, which is Dr. Jorge Maxon, on a nice presentation for screening of premature coronary artery disease and sudden cardiac death in young people, which is a very interesting topic in the exercise arena. Thank you, Dr. Mascom. The mic is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. My name is Dato Dr. Oteh Maskon. I work at An-Nur Specialist Hospital, Bangi. So thank you for inviting me. And my subject is on exercise and sudden death. So it is a pleasure. And this year, due to the COVID-19, so we are having a slightly different nature of this academic exercise, but nevertheless should not stop us from enjoying the program itself. Okay, let me begin. Yes, I changed the title slightly, Exercise and Sudden Death. So it is a subject of so much interest to me, even though I am neither an exercise expert nor a sudden death expert. Yeah, it has become so topical over our media about how young people die while exercising, or just about sudden death itself. And do you remember this person? A few years ago, all those football fans, they probably know very well. This is Fabrice Muamba. He was a young guy, 23-year-old. He collapsed during a football match. And he miraculously survived the sudden death experience. Basically, he was down for 78 minutes. So being a young person, he was able to get through it. One sad story about this particular person, who actually has been often quoted for this the topic on death and exercise, because he is someone who has changed his lifestyle to be someone who really into exercise, vigorous or high intensity exercise. And in fact, he wrote a book. Okay, Jim Fix, his name. He wrote books on the complete book of running. And he was running for many years, and we had written this excellent book, which is a best-selling. But unfortunately, one day in 1984, while running for 80 kilometers, he just collapsed and he died. Sudden death. Autopsy was carried out, and basically it revealed there's a large amount of atherosclerosis, or plaque buildup in his arteries, which is the cause of sudden death from acute myocardial infarction. Unfortunately, as I said, it's happening all the time. And this is one of my good friends, only recently, last month, as you see. Basically, he is an avid exerciser. You know, all these cyclists, they buy expensive bicycle, they exercise, they run, they cycle for 50, 60 kilometers a day or more. That's what he did. He has been exercising and has been apparently well. There's no heart problem, no hypertension and so on. But basically one day while he was exercising, he just felt very tired. He stopped and his family picked him, and he looked so tired. He was vomiting when they gave him drinks, and then they just brought him home, and they thought that the usual way that, you know, when you exercise really hard, so you get so tired, exhausted, so let him rest. So they let him rest in his room. Unfortunately, he was found dead in the next hour. So it's so dramatic, it's so traumatic. So this year, the European Society of Cardiology has released these guidelines on sports cardiology and exercise in patients with cardiovascular disease. So because you all guys are promoting exercise in everyone, including people with cardiovascular disease, which is the right thing to do. But there should be some guidelines on how to implement this advice on exercise to our patients. So the European guidelines, they state there is the differences, and this is good, they covered both. There is something called competitive versus recreational athletes, or competitive versus recreational sport activities. So there's a difference in terms of the intensity, the nature, or the type of sports itself, or even the amount of time that is being spent in each of these categories. But sometimes there are not so clear differences. Even some recreational athletes may spend longer time than professional athletes in exercising, and that could be a little bit of a problem. So exercise-related cardiac events include sudden cardiac arrest, sudden cardiac death, acute coronary syndromes like myocardial infarction, transient ischemic attack or stroke, and also other form of arrhythmia like supraventricular tachyarrhythmias. What is sudden cardiac arrest? Sudden cardiac arrest is unexpected collapse due to cardiac cause, in which there is CPR being carried out, maybe defibrillation is provided, and there was witness that resuscitate this person. But sudden cardiac death is something of a broader terminology, in which it covers everything from those who have sudden cardiac arrest and died, and other categories. Basically, sudden unexpected death due to a cardiac cause, whether it's witnessed or unwitnessed, and there is certain condition applied to it. The timing of these events, there is certain such thing as timing, especially in the case of death. So you can categorize them as the first hour, within the first hour, or during the activities, within the first hour, or within the 24 hours. So the European, they really promote screening, pre-participation screening for these patients who are, or these people who are undergoing exercise. Because early detection may save them, save these athletes from the morbidity and mortality by risk stratification, or maybe there is certain intervention that can be done, or even modification of the types and extent of the exercise. So what's to be done? You can do the history, physical examination, plus minus ECG. History examination, it really depends. Even a focused history and examination, it yields varying results, depend on the survey. But ECG screening may outperform history and physical examination when it is positive. Of course, the positivity is low, but you are talking about certain people who are at risk. So if you apply this test, then it might be useful and life-saving. Echocardiography is not routinely recommended, but it can be done when, for example, there is ECG abnormality, or there is really very high index of suspicion for these people. So why people die of exercise? We know because exercise itself may accelerate inherited predisposition to developing cardiomyopathy. That means someone who already going to develop cardiomyopathy, but by exercising, he will have it faster. So that is no good. Then you have to know how you can delay this thing. But exercise itself, even in a normal heart, might cause arrhythmogenic remodeling, and even it can exacerbate severity of cardiac damage due to intercurrent illness. That means you already have cardiac condition, then you're going to have more problems by exercising inappropriately. So when we talk about sudden death, all sudden death during exercise, so majority of the sudden death is cardiovascular. So look no further. Number 1 is cardiac. Number 2 is cardiac. Number 3 is cardiac. So just think about the heart. The University of Malaya did this paper by Kumar et al., which basically they did the post-mortem on those who died suddenly, people at a young age, and basically, yes, what was found? The number 1 cause of sudden death is cardiovascular. And this is another paper which also on post-mortem and by the UITM group. We can look at the peak age, and that's almost uniform in every study. Peak age of incident in this case is 40 to 60. You know, the national statistic showed that the number 1 cause of death in people who are 40 years and above is cardiovascular or coronaries. So this is consistent with this the national statistic. When we look at the distribution of cause of the sudden death, look at cardiac causes, whether it is coronary artery disease, stable or unstable, acute MI cardiomyopathy, or the specific term of ischemic heart disease, all cardiac cause of death. And what type of activities? So when we look at the type of activities and also what the underlying cause, what type of sport activities? Number 1 is badminton, football and jogging. Maybe because they are most frequently done by many people of varying age, even up to the older age. And so be careful, not so much wrong about playing badminton itself, but maybe the group that goes into these activities is more, and yet the and hence the predisposition to the death in this group is higher. Risk factors. So remember why people die, because they have risk factors. So the risk factors for sudden death is basically almost similar to the risk factor of heart disease itself, which is, for example, in this study showing the obesity, smoking, family history, even alcohol and underlying cardiac disease, all predisposing these people to risk of having the cardiac sudden death. In America, it is slightly different. What type of sports? Because they play a lot of basketball and football maybe, so that's the number 1. And number 2 activities associated with the sudden death. There is this study which was done quite recently in Malaysia. Basically, they look at the prevalence of coronary artery disease in young sudden death cases. These are all sudden death cases, not necessarily sudden cardiac death, including accident and everything. So they make the correlation with CT calcium score. They did CT scan on this dead body. This is interesting study. So look at the demography here. They divided between the younger age group and the older age group. Basically, they don't seem to have much risk factor. BMI is kind of average. And what was found here in this overall group, because they are overall group, so the coronary artery disease distribution in the younger age group and the older age group is almost nearly matching. In terms of the percentage, it's nearly matching. But what is interesting in the average calcium score in the younger age group is obviously much lower, 28 versus 214. And it confirmed to our suspicion that in patients with coronary artery disease, the calcium score is of course much higher. And even in the younger age group, the average calcium score is 138. So remember this number, because I'm going to mention several studies, including ours, that also showed this similar figure and finding. But for the older age group, obviously the calcium score is much higher, even if they do not have coronary artery disease. In fact, the average calcium score is nearly matching the young age group with the CAD. So these are the age group again, about similar as I said, but in this particular study, it goes a bit younger. We start from 30 because they are all sort of death, including accident, suicide, homicide, and so on. So the natural cause of death is only 37%, but out of this percentage, the number one cause is cardiac cause. And you look at the coronaries here, about 60% of them have the coronary disease, in which single vessel, double vessel are the majority of these patients. And if you look at the statistic in Europe, for example, those who have HOCM, so also the age of death begin to rise to peak at the age of 30. So they do die young, but the risk still continues even at older age. We have to mention it because if you look at death during exercise and death at rest. Okay, look at it carefully. The blue is death during exercise and red is death at rest. So basically young people, very young people, they die more death during exercise, but still very low. It's like 10%. It's still low. So basically we talk about death and exercise. Basically the sudden death in people with at risk happen mostly at rest rather than during exercise. So that is a good news. If you exercise, it's actually the rate of death in exercise is low. But basically the older age group tend to die at rest. And this is the Jack from Jack here, a study just looking at all group of people with sudden death. Obviously the rate of sudden death rise with age, yes, and it begins as low as the age of 35, men and women. And now we talk about causes because this is just something that concerns us now. So we talk about causes and risk factors. So coronary artery disease is number one. Just remember that everywhere in the world, coronary artery disease or cardiovascular disease as such is really everything, but coronary is number one. Why is it important? Because coronary affects people of the older age group, like they begin at 30, 40s. But the younger ones, then they were affected by the other type of cardiovascular disease. But in Japan, it's slightly different. Coronaries is a bit less than other Western countries. So 70%, 75% cause of sudden death is coronaries. Then you have all these cardiomyopathies and inherited arrhythmias. So cardiomyopathies like HOCM, arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, the non-dilated cardiomyopathy, non-ischemic cardiomyopathy, all these are the second most common cause. And then you have all the inherited arrhythmias, which is about 1 to 2% only, but in Japan it makes a bigger percentage. Now what about the risk factors? So if we look at the risk factors of sudden death, it's not surprising because a lot of these risk factors basically overlaps with the risk factor of coronary heart disease. In fact, coronary heart disease risk factor itself, all of them are risk factors for sudden death. And then there are others, of course, including age, male gender, and races, and also ECG parameters, certain ECG parameters, even like heart rate, high heart rate, QRS duration, Q waves, and everything, all this related with the risk of sudden death. And even lifestyle, genetics, certainly family history is important, and there are specific conditions. If a patient already have disease like coronary artery disease, AF, kidney disease, all predispose them to the risk of sudden death. And then this thing called the inherited arrhythmic syndrome, which you may find by incidental ECG. So these are important findings that will lead you to intervene in order to save these people from the sudden death. Okay, the European recommend all group of people should exercise. They can exercise and they should exercise because exercise is good. So whatever condition you have there, moderate physical activities should be promoted in all individuals with cardiovascular disease. So no doubt exercise is good for the heart. But then you need the risk stratification if they are going for more vigorous activities. So they should be involved in the discussion. Of course, they should know. The risk of death is always there, and the risk of death, even without exercising, you have a risk of dying. So it's something that you have to understand, and this is a two-way discussion. So they also outline the type of sports or activities, and for each activities, there is the grade of the intensity, from low intensity, medium and high. So you can promote all these activities, not necessarily limited to one type. For example, skill activities. Golfing is, yeah, good news. Those who can go golfing. Golfing is actually low intensity. Okay, and shooting, bowling also is an exercise. Wow, that's good. Then there's all these other things like the power, like short put, discus, alpine skiing, and short distance running. All these type of activities associated with the much low intensity activities. And then there's mix or endurance activities. So you can choose, and you just tell your patient what to do. So this is an important. Sorry, I skipped that. Okay. When we talk about low intensity, so these are all the parameters. So we can actually judge our patients if we want to do the specific measurement of heart rate or oxygen and so on. So in order to determine what level of intensity they are doing. So basically this guideline says if individuals with low to moderate CVD, the participation in all recreation sports should be considered and no need for further evaluation. When do you need to evaluate? So cardiac screening for family history, symptoms, vehicle examination, ECG for competitive athletes. So if you're athlete, you should be screened with this basic test first. How about other tests like stress tests and so on? They should be considered, and especially for prognostic purpose. Those in people who don't exercise much, they have been sedentary, or those with a high or very high cardiovascular risk, and they want to engage in high intensity exercise, yes, they should be evaluated. But then there are other people who maybe you do risk scoring and so on with very high risk score, and then yet they want to engage in high intensity activity. So they should undergo functional tests. For example, further than stress test, you can do coronary. Here they are recommending angiography, so a bit invasive, but still considered non-invasive, but a bit too much of radiation and so on. But this is their recommendation, or maybe you can just do CT calcium score, which is less radiation and much simpler to do. But regarding the CVD risk, so if you are low CVD risk, there is no need for further investigation. And if you are high CVD, that means more than one CVD risk factor or sedentary person, then it depends on what activities that you want to carry out. So low and intermediate, no further investigation. But if you are doing high or very high, then you need further risk assessment, which is the basic, including the risk stratification. And if abnormal, only to proceed with all those other tests. But if they are normal, then you can ask the patient to go ahead and exercise. There are certain findings. For example, if the patient has coronary artery disease, they have angina, and you know that they have critical stenosis, or like 70% in the coronary vessel, or in 50% in the left main, then this is a high risk feature. Or reduced left ventricular function, or induced there is ischemia on stress test. So all these indicator of high risk. Or if the patient has arrhythmia like non-sustained VT, also is a risk. Someone who has had myocardial infarction or revascularization within 12 months, they are also at high risk. So this is our study. Basically, we are implementing trying to implement what the European guidelines have recommended. In fact, our study, of course, was designed before that guideline came out. So we already have looked into all the previous data and studies, and therefore we designed this study to look for the risk factors of sudden cardiac death and premature CAD. So this is a screening of premature coronary artery disease and sudden cardiac death in young people. And we focus this study on the students of UKM. So at that time I was still with UKM. So the aim of the study is to screen young people, students, for the presence of risk factors for premature CAD or sudden cardiac death. And the next, we want to predict the risk of developing cardiovascular disease among these young people. So how did we do this? So basically we did much online methods. So respondents, they fill up online questionnaire that will include questions on demographics and also their risk factors. And the next stage, once they complete, they send the questionnaire, then we evaluate and we invite the participants to come for the health screening, in which all the measurement like weight, BMI, blood pressure, glucose and cholesterol, fasting, we asked them to fast, to be done. This was done at the hospital setting in order to just to make it easy for our researchers and also for the patient. And then a brief physical examination was carried out, and ECG also was done on all the subjects. So they fill the questionnaire, and that has detail of history, personal profile, also the cardiac risk factor and symptoms. This is a complete questionnaire which we have adopted from the Lausanne questionnaire, pre-participation of sport and so on. And then we did the baseline brief examination and also weight, height, BMI, blood pressure, fasting sugar and cholesterol. So this is just a sample of the first page, information about their risk. Number one, this is about the family history. So the 3 questions on family history which determine their risk. Do they have anyone in the family diagnosed with heart disease at the age of 55 or 65 for men and women? The second is, do they have any history in the family of history of sudden death? And the third one is there anyone in the family who has undergone revascularization? So by answering this question, that points to their particular risk of having a family history. Then we also include questions on symptoms during exercise. For example, if they get any chest pain, shortness of breath, dizziness or syncope during exercise, or palpitation. All these are symptoms, and also they are risk factors, though not very specific, of sudden death. We in fact included this self-examination to look for the signs of hypercholesterolemia. Why did we do this? Because we were surprised when we did the community study, we found that a lot of patients with the hypercholesterolemia. So we did ask them whether they have all these xanthelasma, xanthelasma or corneal arcus. So the baseline parameters is shown here. Basically the mean age is younger, and we compared with our community study because we have that data from earlier on, and basically it's showing that unfortunately low percentage of male participant, BMI is quite low compared to the community, and even the rate of overweight is much low compared to the community with a very high level of obesity, nearly 50%. But among these students, they look to be very slim, and maybe they look after themselves very well. So the rate of hypertension also is very low, but diabetes is quite close matching to the national statistic as well. But look at the family history, maybe because these students are very detailed in their answering, so there is 36% of participants with positive family history and 10% who have family history of revascularization. That is a certain risk factor for them. And how about exercise? There is very low percentage of them who exercise regularly, unfortunately. So the national statistic actually is showing much higher percentage of each of these risk factors. So our students are actually a little bit better in this regard. And they also have a lot of these symptoms when we ask them. So they have palpitation, dyspnea, syncope or exertional chest pain. So this need further individual assessment. Examination, as we expected, didn't really find so frequent abnormal finding in this small group of 166 students. Basically, there's some finding like bradycardia, tachycardia, systolic murmur only in 1%, so they're not very common. And then electrocardiogram, we did the ECG. So some of the most common finding is the axis deviation, ST segment changes, or sinus bradycardia, or bundle branch block. So these are all pointers for risk of sudden death or CAD. And then we have this, we drawn the risk score, Framingham risk score. Basically, they fall into the low risk category. That's understandably. In fact, when we did our study, this is a different study, on people with family history, with positive family history, they exhibit very low risk, very low rate of positive stress test, and very low Framingham's score, and hence they have very low calcium score. So with the calcium score on this patient, they have very, very low calcium score. In fact, this is verified. So if you were looking for obstructive coronary artery disease, then go for calcium score. This is one of the studies that showed, yes, the higher the calcium, the more possibility of having obstructive coronary artery disease, in fact, 1 vessel, 2 vessel, and 3 vessel disease. And in fact, they also correlate with each of these traditional risk factors. That means the presence of those risk factors is associated with higher calcium score. In our study on calcium score as a risk stratifier for obstructive coronary artery disease, this is a different study. So we put the cutoff point 106, and CT calcium was able to predict obstructive coronary artery disease in this patient. In fact, when compared to exercise stress tests, those positive stress tests, they correlate because they have positive CT calcium score. And in fact, you can diagnose the presence of coronary disease in those with the non-diagnostic stress test. Unfortunately, our young CAD patients, sometimes they defy these rules. That means, despite having low calcium score, negative exercise stress test, they still have coronary disease. And that's what surprised us. So this is the guy, just as an example. He's a 41-year-old man. He has no diabetes, non-smoker. You know that anyone with no diabetes, non-smoker, they already kind of low risk, especially young. But this guy has hypertension, but he's well controlled. More or less well controlled, and he's got dyslipidemia, but he's on statin and it is well controlled. His total cholesterol is less than 5, and he's not sure about family history. We asked him a few times, so he's not very certain about it. Anyway, he came with chest pain, so we did the usual evaluation. ECG was okay, no ischemia. Echo was carried out and it was completely normal, so we subject the guy to stress test. He did 9 minutes, high workload, it was negative. So what else you do? Tell them, yeah, I mean, basically it's low risk. So we did this ASCVD risk score, and it showed that the risk is, lifetime risk is high, but the 10-year risk is only 2.4%. So he's low risk for ischemia disease. Even his HSCRP is low. But we did the CT calcium and it was 82. So patient feels okay. We said, yeah, I mean, you are low risk, you take the statin and control blood pressure, that's fine. But he came back one day, said, how are you doing? I'm okay, but yesterday I got the chest pain again. Oh, really? Well, doesn't sound very typical, no? So anyway, so we said, maybe we'll do angio later. But for today, I repeat the ECG. ECG looks okay, yeah, no ischemia. So, all right, let me just send a blood test just before you go home, right? So we did the blood test, but surprisingly, his troponin was 3.25. This is confirmed heart attack, MI. So the diagnosis is non-ST elevation MI because he got chest pain and positive troponin. So that was surprise. Yeah. So we did angiography and even more surprised because for such a young guy, non-diabetic, non-smoker, he got severe 3-vessel disease. He almost became a candidate for coronary artery bypass. So that's what surprises about these young people in Malaysia, which we are seeing them every day. So just be more aware that in our community, probably they tend to have much higher risk, and we have to really work hard to ensure that they are not unnecessarily predisposed to risk, especially when they exercise. So in conclusion of our study, risk factors for premature CAD and sudden cardiac death in this study that are highly prevalent are family history, high BMI, dyslipidemia, high blood sugar, and physical inactivities, and also ECG abnormalities. So in addition, there are common symptoms that predispose them to sudden death. For example, syncope, pre-syncope, chest pain, dyspnea, which also represent the risk of SCD. Hypertension and obesity are the only 2 risk factors that are associated with the development of the 30-year CVD risk. Therefore, early screening for risk of premature CAD and SCD may allow early intervention aimed at reducing future events. I thank you for joining this lecture, and I hope I have done some good sharing and hope that we can change something in our community to reduce the risk of sudden death. Thank you. Yeah, there is a question about what will be the initial sign that cardiac arrest going to happen during exercise. Then what we need to do once this sign occurs. sorry. Yeah, unfortunately, many often sudden cardiac death happens without a warning. But for those exercises, what was noticed, and this was also stated in the guidelines for exercise by the European Society of Cardiology, patient might feel very unusually exhausted. So this, because usually the collapse or the sudden death happen within an hour of the exercise itself. So probably it not immediate. Of course, there are those who happen just immediate, even without warning. Yes, it can happen like that. But there's another type, like this friend of ours who had experienced sudden death, that was about 2 months ago. Yeah, when he was cycling, he just stopped because he felt so tired, and then he was vomiting, but he was still like alert. He was still able to answer questions, but he just looked so tired. So that is not normal. Excessive tiredness or exhaustion. So that is one sign. Then probably the next thing is patient can go to sudden death. So they have to be watched. And at that time, if patient was brought to the hospital, maybe something can be done. Of course, it's the fate of God, but something probably can be done to watch this patient and maybe to resuscitate when he collapsed. Okay, the next, in view of the increasing prevalence of sudden cardiac arrest and sudden cardiac death beginning from the 30 years old, is it recommended to do routine ECG for all patients, but has negative clinical history and physical examination during the pre-participation screening? Or is it still reserved for those that intend to do high intensity activities? Okay, while waiting for the question from the floor. So it's an interesting question because the European Society of Cardiology actually puts a lot of emphasis. Even though, of course, the yield is low for this ECG, but yes, ECG can detect certain abnormalities. If patient has got HOCM or arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, they might have signs, epsilon wave, for example, and LBH for HOCM. So all these may be detectable on the ECG. And from our experience, when we screen 100 young patients, we will find 2 or 3 with LVH on ECG. That can be more difficult because for the young person, usually they have high voltage ECG. But then at least we be able to select those people who may actually be at risk. Of course, history, family history, that is very important, sudden cardiac death. But yes, I think ECG for those pre-participation in sport activities, in high intensity activities, yes. And it should be done. And regarding the guidelines, but CVD prevention guideline for Malaysia basically recommend the screening of people beginning at the age of 30. I know the European maybe they start later, but in Malaysia now we recommend to start at 30-year-old. And I think in view of the prevalence of risk factors at very young age, I tend to agree with this. And I think one big thing for these young people is the family history. If there is positive family history of sudden cardiac death or premature cardiovascular disease, then they should definitely undergo the screening at young age. That means 30 or above. Okay. Sorry, there is someone who sent a question to me. Is there any age limitation for this problem? I'm not sure what it's meant. Even for the sudden cardiac death, I think I have shown the graph. But basically, at the young age, yes, much higher association with exercise. But at the older age, yes, death during rest. For the overall population, and look at the studies like in circulation and so on, basically probably at max is like below 10% or like 13%, something like that, of those sudden cardiac death associated with exercise. So most of the sudden death are not associated with exercise. But of course, it means it could happen at any time. But because you guys, we are people who are promoting exercise, so we want to know what are the groups that will be at risk of death during exercise, right? So that's what why we are focusing on this problem. So sudden death during exercise is a real problem, and it tends to happen more frequent in young people. Not that more frequent, but compared to sudden death at rest, in young people, they tend to have more often to have sudden death during the exercise, relatively. So it is a very traumatic problem, of course, that we have to face, and how to do things in order to prevent or reduce the risk of sudden death. I think that is, for me, and what I can see in our population in Malaysia especially, we do not have a definite answer now. Screening for sudden cardiac death is not so common in Malaysia, but now the awareness is more. So I think hopefully we can have the dedicated units in every cardiac center, basically screening of sudden cardiac death. Okay, shall I go on? There's a question. In Malaysia, we had quite a number of SCD among badminton players. What could be the contributing factors? I think when we discuss about this, because if you look at the kind of people who play badminton, they come from all ages, and those actually amazingly, I like to comment because some of the patients who came to us even at the age of 40, 50, or even 50, they said, well, I think I have no problem exercising, and I think, you know, in order to save myself from heart disease, I just look after my lifestyle and exercise, which is okay, correct. But if you have risk, it is not enough. You need to be screened. So that's why the routine screening is important. And if you have risk factor, more than 3 or more risk factors, definitely screening is very highly recommended. Okay, I think the last question is it. Does statin alone significantly reduce risk of CAD for patients with mild hypercholesterolemia and obese patients? Okay, I like, in short, I use the ASCVD, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease stratification by the Americans. You can use any kind of risk stratifier in order to decide whether your patients need treatment for high cholesterol. But particularly those with a total cholesterol of 7 or LDL of 4.9 millimole per liter, and if they are 30 and above, they are certainly at risk of having a coronary artery disease independent of other risks. Even if they do not have any other risk, they are more likely, they are much higher chance of developing sudden CAD or having sudden death. So I think we will focus on this patient with severe hypercholesterolemia. But if they are moderate and so on without any cardiovascular disease, statin probably is of much uncertain role in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mascon. This was a very nice presentation, also opening avenues to let us think of what the ranges from the expectation. And this is the common approach we have to take, because you highlighted persons in which you could not expect presenting with a coronary heart disease of myocardial infarction. By the way, there are recent data that do show, I'm sorry, there is an echo, that up to 5% of people presenting with an acute myocardial infarction might have a coronary artery disease. Anyhow, the discussion could have gone much longer because there are a number of cardiomyopathies, but the real benefit is to screen young people. Now it's time is passing by quickly, so we have to open the screens for the presentation from my associate, Dr. Francesco Maranta, which will talk about exercise-based cardiac rehabilitation, the neglected role of exercise. I will stand in his place for Q&A because starting yesterday is working in a COVID-19 rehabilitation unit, unfortunately. So video directors, please send in Dr. Maranta's presentation. Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon, according to your local time. I'm very happy to be here with you to discuss this important but often neglected field of application of exercise, that is cardiovascular rehabilitation. We all know that cardiovascular disease is the most prevalent non-communicable disease, and it is the leading cause of death globally. The burden of cardiovascular disease is growing. By 2030, 23 million people per year are predicted to die from cardiovascular disease, and more people are expected to be diagnosed with cardiovascular disease. Moreover, cardiovascular disease have a high risk of adverse cardiovascular events, acute events such as fatal and non-fatal myocardial infarction, and consequently, cardiovascular disease is also the leading cause of disability. Acute events are part of chronic cardiovascular diseases and have a great prognostic impact. This figure shows that there is a significant difference in mortality between general population and patients who have suffered myocardial infarction. Also here we can see differences between patients with stable coronary artery disease and those with acute myocardial infarction or acute coronary syndromes in general. And this underlines again the great prognostic impact of acute events. Certainly, acute events also cause fear and anxiety in the patients who are scared from having another cardiac event. Patients, but also doctors sometimes are scared and they decide to stop physical activity of the patients or greatly reduce its level. But to stop is not always the right choice after acute events. Along with these points, I would remind you that even with the best procedural and medical therapies, patients have a greater risk of developing new events. Here we can see data about diabetic and non-diabetic patients, and in general we can say that 20% of the patients suffer a second cardiovascular event in the first year, and approximately 50% of major coronary events occur in those patients with a previous hospital discharge diagnosis of ischemic heart disease. Certainly, after hospitalization for MI, referral to cardiac rehabilitation remains a significant predictor of improved patient survival, with a reduction by up to 25% in mortality. And some subgroups seems to gain even greater benefit. This evidence, this robust evidence base supporting cardiovascular rehabilitation has been confirmed in important meta-analysis, and there is no doubt that evidence-based cardiovascular rehabilitation reduces mortality and the risk of hospitalization in patients with CAD and heart failure. Moreover, we can see that cardiovascular rehabilitation improves the quality and the productivity of people's lives, of cardiac patients' lives. Here we can observe on the left that even a mild functional improvement was associated with a significant reduction of the prevalence of depression. Similarly, tables on the right show us the social and emotional improvement obtained in cardiovascular rehabilitation patients. These are data from our unit on 1,480 patients admitted for cardiovascular rehabilitation after valvular surgery. We aimed at identify predictors of functional recovery, and we found that the worse the patient at the beginning from a functional point of view, the greater the benefit of cardiovascular rehabilitation. I have mentioned the fear and the anxiety that usually are present after the acute event and that frequently limit the level of physical activity. But if we look at the data about cardiovascular complications in patients enrolled in cardiovascular rehabilitation programs, we can see that cardiovascular rehabilitation allows cardiovascular disease patients to perform the prescribed exercise with a very low risk of major cardiovascular complications. So cardiovascular rehabilitation is safe. It's safe because an initial adequate risk stratification helps in defining the right place and the right activity for the right patient. So this is the safest way to perform a physical activity after an acute event and in cardiovascular patients. Also, this Japanese data show that formal and supervised physical activity is generally safe with a lower risk of complications compared with non-prescribed exercise. Another important point to remember is that cardiovascular rehabilitation is a comprehensive intervention, including not only exercise training but also the medical physical patient assessment, the physical activity counseling, the nutritional counseling, the risk factor control, patient education, and psychosocial management. So it is a global strategy to reduce cardiovascular disease risk factors such as obesity and physical inactivity in general, to restore heart function, and to limit health deterioration. Exercise-based cardiovascular rehabilitation is also cost-effective, even in the modern era of complex interventional procedures. We can see here the great difference between the costs of cardiovascular rehabilitation and of main cardiac procedure for CAD. The interesting insight offered by this paper is that particularly where resources are limited, we should implement this cost-effective intervention, cardiovascular rehabilitation, not only after acute events but also in specific settings, for example low moderate risk patients with CAD that might gain benefit from cardiovascular rehabilitation as from more expensive interventions such as revascularization. In the end, all these evidences supporting cardiovascular rehabilitation find its place, their place in guidelines, where we can see strong recommendations for patients with heart failure and coronary heart disease. Also, the Global Action Plan for Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases of the WHO underlines the need for rehabilitation, including cardiac rehabilitation, to combat the burden of cardiovascular disease. From this point of view, we should never forget that secondary prevention through exercise is a lifelong process that continues after the acute, we could say, phase of cardiac rehabilitation period. Certainly, even if we are aware of all the beneficial effects of cardiovascular rehabilitation, we have to face many limitations to cardiac rehabilitation and exercise in cardiovascular disease patients. First of all, availability. Less than 40% of countries have cardiac rehabilitation programs. And another great limit is referral. Worldwide, less than 50% of eligible patients are referred to cardiac rehabilitation programs. In some countries with 7, 15, 30% of the patients only referred. So this is certainly an important limit. Other barriers to cardiac rehabilitation are age, old age, comorbidities, the social and economic status of patients, other factors that might influence patients' adherence to cardiac rehabilitation programs, as well as inadequate physicians' knowledge about cardiac rehabilitation that again limits referral. In conclusion, exercise-based is a fundamental tool of secondary prevention in patients with cardiovascular disease, particularly after acute events. Patients should be referred as early as possible to cardiac rehabilitation programs and should maintain lifelong adequate physical activity and risk factor control. Cardiac rehabilitation is certainly a cost-effective intervention even in this modern era, and its availability should be implemented. For this reason, a multi-level strategy to including supporting public health policies, systematic referral strategies, and also the use of alternative models of delivery, it's needed. I thank you for the attention and see you next year.
For this concise but very content-filled presentation. The key message I would like to underline once more is the need to implement cardiac rehabilitation, but meaning exercise. There are several tools in the current platform, like the one we're using today. Unfortunately, the current COVID-19 status forced us to start using available connecting and communication tools that were just confined to the executives of big companies. Now these are daily tools, and we should enforce the delivery and the planning of exercise and cardiac rehabilitation programs for everyone. And while waiting for a possible couple of questions, let me add that we are here, so many of us, so many interested in giving our efforts into exercise, into the prevention of cardiovascular disease and non-communicable disease by exercise, which could happen in 2 phases before and after any event. So any effort should be taken into promoting the tools, promoting exercise. And I'm grateful to this conference and to our chairmen for having us discussing all these. I'm checking if there are any questions. Otherwise, it would be a great honor to pass the screen and the mic to a person that we have to thank a lot this morning, because Dr. Dominic Hansen is one of the key contributors of the European guidelines. We have stolen slides so much today. So it is a great pleasure. Dominic Hansen is online here, so the floor, the screen, and the mic are for him. Thank you, Domi.
Hello, my name is Domenico. I'm a professor of exercise physiology and intervention at Hasselt University, and my main research domain is exercise training in patients who suffer from cardiometabolic disease. In this lecture, it is my great pleasure to present to you the appropriate exercise to induce cardioprotective effects in patients with CVD risk, how to do it. First of all, I have no conflict of interest to be declared. So, how to do it? How to prescribe exercise to patients who deal with cardiovascular risk or cardiovascular diseases. In 2020, two important papers came out that provide us greater insights in how to prescribe exercise to those patients. And this is the first one. In this paper, you can see that it's about exercise training in patients with cardiovascular disease, and it was brought out under the umbrella of the European Association of Preventive Cardiology. And one of the first important principles of exercise prescription in patients with cardiovascular risk is that you adhere to the FIT principles. This basically means that you exactly prescribe what intensity, frequency, duration and type should be executed by the patient, because we know that different exercise modalities will lead to different clinical benefits. To go into greater detail, for the frequency, at least 3 days of exercise should be executed when endurance training is executed, and at least 2 days per week patients with cardiovascular disease risk should do strength training. Looking at the intensity, most often moderate intensities are being recommended to patients with cardiovascular risk. And when we talk about strength training, an intensity that varies between 30 up to 80% of one repetition maximum is very often promoted in these documents. For the time, at least 20 minutes should be executed for endurance exercises, and you should try to increase the session duration up to 45 or 60 minutes per session. But on the other hand, if you have a patient that suffers from severe deconditioning, you are allowed to reduce the exercise intensity and or session duration and to build up to the desired levels. In the end, we should try to achieve an energy expenditure of minimally 1000 to 2000 kilocalories per week. In addition to that paper, another paper came out from the European Society of Cardiology, which are the sports cardiology guidelines. And in this figure you can see what type of exercise corresponds to what intensity of exercise. Say for example, your patient asks you, I want to do volleyball, then you can see in this flow chart that this is a mixed sports, meaning the combination of strength training and endurance training, and it most often will be executed at moderate intensities. It is a medium intensity domain. If your patient, for example, asks, I would like to do wrestling, then you will see it is predominantly power exercise, and most often high exercise intensities are listed during this type of sports. So this flowchart can be used when a patient comes to you with a specific question regarding a specific type of sports, and you want to provide advice whether this is low, moderate or high intense, or whether this is a mixed sports, power sports or predominantly endurance sports. This all seems pretty straightforward, doesn't it? But in reality, we do see some difficulties in clinical practice. The problem is that more and more often we encounter patients with multiple diseases or multiple risk factors combined in the same patient. On top of that, they take a large number of different types of drugs, and sometimes a compromised exercise capacity can be prevalent with or without abnormalities during exercise testing. And the problem is that how do you integrate different exercise recommendations for separate risk factors or diseases into the same patient that suffers from multiple diseases and risk factors? Say for example, this person. It's a female that comes to your office and she wants to start a physical activity program. You can see from her phenotype and her data that she is obese. She has a preserved exercise capacity, but she suffers from hypertension, dyslipidemia, as well as type 1 diabetes. And during exercise testing, you notice that there is myocardial ischemia that starts to occur at a heart rate of 87 beats per minute. And on top of that, she also suffers from chronic non-specific low back pain. The question she will ask you is how intense, how long, and what type of exercise should I do? Do I also need strength training? Yes or no? So you see that very often in the same patient, a combination of different risk factors is prevalent, and the art of exercise prescription is then how to integrate the different recommendations for different risk factors into the same patient. The question is then, are we there yet? How good are we in integrating different exercise prescriptions to patients who suffer from different diseases or risk factors? And this has been assessed recently. In this first study, we assessed the exercise prescription skills in general practitioners living in the northern part of Italy. And what we did is we distributed 4 different patient cases to general practitioners, and we asked them, please define for us the intensity, frequency, type and volume of exercise you would prescribe to that patient. And for example, say we talk about case 1, which is a female that suffers from obesity. She has a normal exercise capacity, she is dyslipidemic, she's hypertensive, and she also experiences hyperglycemia, probably due to type 2 diabetes. The question then is, what are you going to do? And if we then collect the data from those different general practitioners, you can see, for example, that for the intensity, the variance between advices is pretty high. Some say you should do low intense exercise, while others say no, it should be moderate intense, or others say no, it should be high intense, and everything in between. And the same applies to the duration of an individual exercise session. Some clinicians claim that 20 minutes is the maximal duration of a single exercise bout, while others claim that she should exercise up to 1 hour per exercise bout. Also, the weekly training frequency, you see the same results, that it varies from 1 day per week up to nearly every day per week. And eventually, for the total program duration, some clinicians said, well, 48 weeks is sufficiently long for you, while other clinicians said, no, you need to exercise for at least 36 weeks before we can talk about significant and clinically relevant changes. So you can see among general practitioners that there is a huge interclinician variance for the same patient. We also assess this in cardiologists and physiotherapists, combination of the two, across 9 European countries. And what we did here is about the same. We distributed 5 cases to those 75 clinicians from those European countries and asked them exactly the same question. And here we have a look at exactly the same patient, and what you can see is that exactly the same occurs for the exercise intensity, the exercise frequency, the session duration, as well as program duration. The variance between clinicians is huge. And this is worrisome, because it basically means that if the same patient would consult 75 different clinicians who are actually highly experienced, she will get probably 75 different exercise programs, even though the goal of the program should be exactly the same. So we are in trouble. And we still have a long way to go in how to prescribe exercise to patients with different diseases and different risk factors. So eventually, if we want to achieve an exercise prescription that is safe, but also very effective to improve the cardiovascular risk, you should tailor your intervention. And this is exactly the difficulty in exercise prescription in current cardiovascular medicine. And how could that work? Well, this is an example of a construction of what you can do in order to get this tailored exercise prescription. First of all, you should have a look at the patient phenotype. What cardiovascular risk factors are positive or negative? Are there any other diseases present in this patient? And what about other non-cardiovascular diseases? And then you start to calculate. Next, you take the medication intake into account, because certain medications do have an impact on the exercise physiology, and you recalculate. Next, you should do an assessment of the physical fitness, meaning endurance capacity and or muscle strength, and observe whether those exercises are deemed safe in that patient. And then you recalculate. And then you get your exercise prescription tailored to that patient. And that exercise prescription should be discussed with the patient, because not every exercise prescription is feasible to that individual. You should always take into account the patient preferences, but also abilities, in order to make your final exercise prescription. So how do you do that? So what I'm going to show you now is what type of exercise do you need to specifically target specific cardiovascular risk factors. And after that, we will talk about integration of those different advices to the same patient. Let's talk about weight reduction or fat mass reduction first. Well, what we very often notice is that the BMI or body weight does not change a lot as a result of exercise intervention in patients with cardiovascular disease risk or cardiovascular disease. As you can see here, a traditional program leads to about 3 to 4 kilograms of body weight loss, which seems a lot, but it's not actually that much. And actually, when the patient is followed up later, you will see body weight regain. The key issue is to come to the green curve, is to adapt your exercise prescription. And it's the volume that matters. You need a high volume of exercise to induce a significant body weight reduction. And how do you do that? By prolonging your exercise session, by choosing an exercise type in which the energy expenditure per minute is high, like whole body exercises, and also to allow a sufficient intensity of exercise. The concept of training in the fasted state or training at a low intensity to stimulate fat oxidation does not lead to greater body fat reductions. It has been shown many times, even in meta-analysis, that these strategies do not lead to greater body weight reductions. The only strategy that leads to greater body weight reduction is a strategy of maximizing energy expenditure. That's key to reduce body weight. What about blood pressure? Well, there are two key elements here in this slide that explains why some exercise interventions are effective or not to reduce the blood pressure. First one is the intensity. You can see that low intense exercise interventions very often are not capable of reducing the systolic and diastolic blood pressure, while moderate or high intense exercise training programs do lead to significant reductions in blood pressure. And another important modality is the duration of a single exercise bout. It should be at least 30 minutes of exercise before you can expect significant reductions in blood pressure on the longer run. So, to reduce blood pressure, keep the intensity high enough and keep the session long enough. But also the type of exercise matters. Here you can see what is the impact on the systolic blood pressure as a result of endurance training and as a result of dynamic resistance training, but you also see something like isometric resistance training. And what you see there is that the reduction in systolic blood pressure is huge. And this is also the reason why isometric resistance training is very often added on top of endurance training and strength training to lead to a further and greater reduction of the systolic blood pressure. But make no mistake, if you want to reduce blood pressure, you should offer a combination of the different types. So offering only isometric strength training will not be sufficiently responsive to reduce blood pressure on its own. You need to make a combination. What about glucose and glycemic control? Well, the first issue is, or the debate is, high intense interval training. Should we do it or not? This is a very recent meta-analysis that compared high intense interval training versus moderate intense endurance training. And what you can see is that there is no significant difference between the different training programs. The first studies do indicate that a significant difference may start to appear when a larger sample of type 2 diabetes patients will be included, but for the moment we still lack a significant difference between training protocols. So we need more time and a greater sample to have a reliable conclusion on this specific issue. So HIIT training is not mandatory for type 2 diabetes. Looking at the frequency, we can see that the more often you train, the greater the reduction in blood HbA1c will become. So frequency is very important to type 2 diabetes patients. They should try to exercise every other day, minimally, and preferentially on a daily basis. And then you see significant and clinically relevant reductions in the HbA1c in those individuals. Another important modality is strength training. You should add in strength training to endurance training because we know that the addition of this training type leads to greater reductions in blood HbA1c. But even in strength training, you have different training modalities that do have an impact on changes in glycemic control. The most important, and actually the only one that was of significant importance, is the volume of the strength training. And the higher the number of sets you offer to the patient, the greater the reduction will be in HbA1c. So try to offer many sets to as many different big muscles, and then you will have additional benefit of strength training on top of endurance training to improve glycemic control in those patients. What about dyslipidemia? Well, this is an older meta-analysis, but very useful and actually very often replicated in newer studies. In this meta-analysis, the authors examined the impact of different exercise types and modalities on the HDL cholesterol. And why HDL cholesterol? Because HDL is highly responsive to exercise training, while most patients are on statins, so the impact of exercise training on LDL cholesterol is not very clear. And what do they notice? Well, that the volume matters. The higher the volume on a weekly basis, the greater the increase in HDL cholesterol will be. And they also notice that at least 900 kilocalories is the minimal required volume of exercise in order to induce a greater change in HDL cholesterol. And you can do that in different ways, by increasing the intensity, by prolonging the session bout. And it seemed that especially, in particular, the prolongation of the exercise session was key to further improve HDL cholesterol. And so we move to the final risk factor we should affect is the physical fitness. So what should we do in patients who are deconditioned? And one key factor that is really standing out in order to improve physical fitness is the exercise intensity. Most studies do not find big differences between continuous moderate intense or continuous low intense exercise training. But most studies do find an impact of high intense interval training. This is a very, very recent meta-analysis that came out, and it showed that in general, taking the whole population together, meaning healthy individuals, patients with metabolic disease and patients with cardiovascular disease, that HIIT is significantly more effective to improve exercise capacity than moderate intense continuous exercise training. And you can also see when they break down in different populations, patients in cardiac rehabilitation, healthy individuals, or patients with metabolic syndrome or type 2 diabetes, it was always the same. There were significantly greater improvements in VO2 max when HIIT was applied versus moderate intense exercise training. What is also important is strength training. And this meta-analysis shows you what is the impact of the addition of strength training on top of endurance training on VO2 peak. Now, they mention the title older adults, but they start to include patients from the age of 60 years, so they're not that very old. And what you can see very clearly, look at the pooled effect. If you add in strength training on top of endurance training, the increase in VO2 peak is significantly greater. So if you want to provide remediation for deconditioning, you should offer high intense interval training. That could be a way of going, as well as add in strength training. So let's try to work this out and actually use this information on a case study. This is Julie, and Julie has a normal body weight and a normal exercise capacity, but she does suffer from dyslipidemia, she is hypertensive, and she just got a percutaneous coronary intervention. In addition to that, she also suffers from gonarthrosis, and so the knees can give some symptoms when she does some types of exercise. And the question in this case is, once again, what intensity, frequency, duration, and does she need strength training, yes or no? So what you first need to do is to start from the standard exercise prescription, which basically means 30 minutes of exercise at a moderate intensity spread over 3 to 5 days per week for at least 12 weeks. And then you further adjust for the phenotype of this patient. Because she's hypertensive, hand grip strength training should be added in, and the exercise sessions should be sufficiently long, at least 30 minutes, but also sufficiently intense, at least moderate intense. Because she has hyperglycemia and she's a type 2 diabetes patient, the frequency is very important, so she should be trying to exercise as often as possible. You should add in strength training, and also a longer program duration is really important. And because she's dyslipidemic, she takes statins for that. You need to maximize energy expenditure to reach at least 900 kilocalories per week and prolong the exercise intervention. And this is then eventually the very detailed exercise prescription you come up with to her, and then it's up to you as a clinician to discuss this exercise prescription, because not everything that is mentioned on this prescription is sometimes feasible for her. Think about her knees, but also maybe because of logistic reasons she's simply not capable of executing some types of exercise. Think about strength training. So it's up to the clinician to decide together with the patient, what are we going to do and how are we going to try to make it feasible and realistic to this patient. And also don't forget, how can we keep the motivation high of this patient, because not every type of exercise is equally appealing to this patient, for example. Now, you understand that this is not a very easy process. Some patient cases are very complex with different diseases and different cardiovascular risk factors. So that's why at Hasselt University, and together with many colleagues from the European Association of Preventive Cardiology, we created a computer program, a decision support system, and this is called the Expert Tool. And what the Expert Tool actually does is it calculates for you what type of exercise, the frequency, intensity, duration should be applied in order to have maximal benefits on the cardiovascular risk. And it is being distributed across Europe, so you can consult this tool by just going to Google and Google Expert Tool. Now, there are two topics that I still want to provide you, which are controversial topics and do have a significant impact on how you prescribe exercise to those patients with cardiovascular disease. And the first has to do with the strength training intensity. If you look close into the guidelines, you will see that the very often recommended intensity that varies from 30 up to 80% of one repetition maximum. The common belief, however, is that if you want to apply strength training that is medically safe on the cardiovascular system, you should go for low intense strength training, which basically means many repetitions and a low weight. Well, actually, the opposite is true. Studies have shown, case after case, that if you want to provide strength training that is medically safe, that you need to provide high loads with a low number of repetitions. It seems that the load on the cardiovascular system is lower in high-intense strength training as opposed to low-intense strength training. So please keep this in mind when you plan to prescribe strength training to patients with cardiovascular risk and you want to maximize medical safety. On top of that, we know that the gains in muscle strength is significantly greater when you apply high-intense strength training as opposed to low-intense strength training. Another controversy has to do with the prescription of the exercise intensity and which parameters you can use. Here in table 1 you can see different exercise intensity domains and the corresponding percentage of a certain parameter. And this is very often used already for 30 to 40 years when we want to prescribe exercise to patients with cardiovascular risk as well as healthy individuals. The question is then, is this accurate? And this is something that we assessed. So what we did is we did cardiopulmonary exercise tests in a large cohort of patients with cardiovascular risk and disease. And then we established, we calculated the first and second ventilatory threshold. And then looked at where do these thresholds exactly fall. So for the first ventilatory threshold, you would assume that this is low intense for every single individual if you compare that with the guideline-directed exercise intensity domains. This is not true. When you apply the exercise intensity domains from the guidelines, you see that the variance between patients is gigantic. If you look, for example, at percentage of VO2 peak for the first ventilatory threshold, well, for the majority it is actually high intense. For some it's moderate intense, and for very few it's low intense or very hard. So it doesn't match whatsoever with the intensity domains. And if you then look at percentages of the peak cycling power output, very different numbers come out. And you see actually the same when you assess the second ventilatory threshold and then look at the corresponding exercise intensity domain from the guidelines. So the conclusion is, if you want to prescribe the exact correct exercise intensity, well, then you need to use the ventilatory thresholds. You need to assess the ventilatory thresholds, and that is the exact intensity that patients with cardiovascular disease actually need in their exercise prescription. So to conclude, we know that exercise intervention is potent to improve the cardiovascular risk, but in order to have a good program, you need a tailored exercise prescription. The problem these days is that the variance between clinicians is quite high, and this is also the reason why a digital support system has been developed. And I've also shown you what type of exercises would work best for what type of patient. Thank you very much. There's one question. Everybody can hear me? Yes, there's one question about HIIT and fat mass loss. Let's see if high intense exercise would work. Doesn't fast admit. Well, we examined that. This is one topic that I didn't raise yet. We know that exercise training in a fasted state does not lead to greater fat mass reductions in patients with obesity when compared to exercise in the fat state. There was one study in Berlin that showed that in females a couple of years ago, and we also observed that in males who were obese and also suffer from diabetes. So eventually, in order to reduce fat mass, fasted exercise training is not mandatory. They are allowed to consume a breakfast and have exercise afterwards. We shouldn't be worrying too much about that. What about people who can't do HIIT training? Well, if you aim at adipose tissue mass loss, HIIT training is not mandatory. You can do HIIT. HIIT is effective to reduce fat mass. Absolutely, it has been shown in meta-analysis, but it's not mandatory. And if the patient is not capable of doing HIIT or any high intense exercise, what you can do is to keep the exercise intensity at a moderate intensity, but prolong the session, for example, in order to maximize energy expenditure. And what you also can do is to select the right type of exercise, prefer whole body exercises, such as walking, stepping, rowing, etc., instead of, for example, cycling, because then the muscle mass that is being activated is large, and then you have a high energy expenditure. So you see that even in patients with obesity, you have lots of different opportunities you can take in order to maximize adipose tissue mass loss. Let's see what else comes in. Can anyone use the expert tool? Well, the expert tool is distributed by the European Association of Preventive Cardiology, and you will see that there's a demo. So if you want to know more about the expert tool, I would like to direct you to the website of the European Association of Preventive Cardiology. There's a demo. You can play a bit with the tool to see how it feels and look like, and for what kind of conditions. All cardiovascular risk factors factors automatically, but also all common cardiovascular diseases, coronary artery disease, heart failure, transplantation, valve disease, even frailty is in there, COPD is in there, chronic kidney disease is in there. And the tool also takes into account the impact of different medications, so you can provide whether they take beta blockers, statins, etc., and even exercise capacity is taken into account. And the more variables you provide to the expert tool, the better it works, of course. And let's see. Yes. What about resistance exercise and or strength training and hypertension? Well, there are two different aspects. We know that high intense resistance exercise is medically safe in the assumption that you prevent the Valsalva maneuver, meaning that you allow a good breathing pattern during the resistance training. And then high intense resistance training is actually not a major issue. What about the impact of different intensities of strength training on blood pressure? Well, I'm not quite aware of studies that examine that into depth, but what we do know is that isometric strength training seems to be something that really is key to optimize blood pressure, but still the mechanism leading to the reduction in blood pressure, that remains to be examined in greater detail. But I do think that if you look at the impact of low intense strength training alone on blood pressure, you will still observe significant improvements. That is absolutely true. But the key is, what type of exercise would be the best to improve blood pressure? Are there any more questions? Because I'm just looking, but I think I have clarified the most of them. The best type of isometric strength training is one question also. It's mentioned in the guidelines as well. Basically means it has to be a 30 to 45 second long sustained contraction interspersed by 1 to 2 minutes of recovery. And that should be multiplied by 4 to 5 sessions. So it basically means that if you do that, they can do it at home. It's not that difficult. And also it doesn't take lots of time, a couple of minutes, and then you have done this type of strength training. Okay, I don't see any other questions popping up right now. So I would like to give the floor again to the organizing committee and the chairman, and thank you very much to the organizing committee and the chairman to have me here and to allow me to talk about this important topic. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Hansen, Dominic, for this very interesting and content-filled presentation. We all learned a lot from this, and we hope that you could add with your work more to the knowledge of all of us. I think the time is running out. We are in a slight delay. So while thanking all the speakers for their excellent presentations and the organizing committee for all the efforts, I would like to end the part of the presentation sessions, but now there is another important part, which is the workshop on resistance training. So we go and see what's going to happen. So from the speaker's point of view, thank you, and see and follow the workshop. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Murphy. My real name is Pulimurthy. Everyone call me as Murphy. I'm involved in this fitness line, bodybuilding and gym and everything for the past 31 years. And I've been a bodybuilder, been a martial art, a kickboxer, full contact boxer, and I've been arm wrestling and a few other sports which I've been involved. and I've obtained quite a number of injuries from head to toe, from my jaw, shoulders, my neck, my spine, my lumbar, my knees and everything. And what one thing has taught me is that without a proper strength training, not just for your muscles, but for your joints, it's from your very first of your fingertip, right down from the neck, shoulders, and until your ankle and knees. And without having a proper strength or resistance training built to your joint and ligaments and tendons, which is on the connective tissues, you will not be able to sustain or live longer without pain. So to prevent disability or any other joint problems to your physical side, you have to do some resistance training beside then training your muscles. Of course, muscles comes first, but what holds you together is your joint. So, for example, if you look at Carl Lewis or Ben Johnson, even the great athletes, where are they now? Most of them are bound to wheelchair, or they have some form of physical limitations or some physical condition where they're unable to move freely, even though at their age of like 50 and everything. For example, I'm 56 and I'm still doing a lot of physical. I'm still teaching, I'm teaching a lot of classes, I'm jumping around and everything because, as I mentioned, one thing taught me is that without a proper strong joint and everything, you will not be able to be that mobile, and you will surely will bound you down to a chair, or you will not be able to be that physically fit. So what I'm going to show you today is that how to do physical training or strength training, especially to build the strength of your joints. Besides than that, of course, you will be doing the muscle training as well. When we say strength training, there are many ways to do it. We have here, what I have over here is the Duraband and then also the Teraband. And we can use dumbbells, we can use free weights or machines and everything. But of course, we won't be able to carry it around and travel around with all those like machines, dumbbells and everything. So the best equipment to move around if you're traveling, doesn't mean if you travel you don't do exercise. Well, with this equipment, you can carry them around wherever you go, all right? So we have the Pheng band, we have the round rubber here, we have the Teraband and everything. So I'm going to demo with you, or to show to you how to strengthen some of the body parts normally that we have joint pains and achings and everything. So I'm going to start off with the shoulder, all right? So to build a strong shoulder joint, especially to strengthen your rotator cuff and everything, you have to have a strong shoulder joints, especially the ligaments, cartilage and tendons, which is coming across from your rear shoulders, front shoulder or the middle shoulder. And most of the time when we lift heavy, the dumbbells, or even if you are doing a gym workout, or if you're a racket player, or even if you're a swimmer, then after a while you stop swimming, and what happens to you? Everything becomes frozen up. So it's not a very good thing for an athlete to suddenly stop. You should always carry on doing the exercise. So in the future, even at the age of like 30, 40 or 50, you still have the mobility of the joint and everything. So strength doesn't just ends with the muscles, but it also begins with your connective tissue, that is your joint. So let's start now. I'm going to show you how to do a front pull with the rubber, and in order to work on the rear shoulders. So from here, keep the knees bent, keep it engaged abdominal muscles, don't round, don't slouch, alright? And then try to pull arms away. Try to do an abduction movement, alright? And back. When you pull it to your across your chest and then release it slowly. And as you do that, try to inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Now as you do that, if you are getting stronger, try to hold shorter. If you are not that strong, try to hold longer. It doesn't mean you have to go for a thicker rubber or a shorter rubber, alright? Try to hold, any rubber should be okay. If you are not that strong, hold wider. If you are stronger, hold shorter. That will give you resistance. And if you're getting more and more stronger, double up the rubber and try to pull. Okay, good. Now, the next thing is to work on your rear shoulders. Now, the rear shoulders, actually, we can bend forward, alright, by stepping on the rubber, and put it sideways. When you do this, you have to make sure that you are arching the back, engage, tilt the pelvic backward, not rounded, this is back for the pelvic or back for your low back, stick out the buttocks behind and then pull upward sideways. And don't go back, away, sideways. This will strengthen your rear shoulders, making sure that your head is kept neutral, looking down, not looking up. That will cause strain on your neck, your spine, on your cervical area. So try pulling with your rear shoulders. Don't pull with your arm. That is your back muscle workout. Now, if you do that with the elbow band, you will only work on your back muscles. We don't want to work on the back muscle. Back muscle you can always do with any kind of pull-ups, chin-ups, or even the machines and that pull and everything. But to strengthen your rear shoulder, especially the joint and everything, you got to keep your elbow straight. Alright, one more time. Step on the rubber, make sure it's well balanced. You got the buttocks behind and start pulling back. With the hand straight, pull up. Using your rear shoulder, which is right on the back. Okay. Now we go for the triceps. Try to use a bit lighter. The triceps normally is underworked, and most of the time you end up having elbow, tennis elbow. Okay, that means inflammation of the elbow joint. And to strengthen the elbow joint, or the tricep muscle which is crossing over your elbow, try to press one end of the rubber on your thighs and the other one, just hold it not too tight. Try not to build the tricep muscles overnight. Work on the joint. You want to strengthen the elbow joint, try to extend to the arms to the side of the body, try to extend the arms at the back. This will help you to build the strength of the tricep muscles. And as it's doing it, it also strengthens the tendon which is crossing down to your elbow head. As it goes down, it's attaching to the ulna and the radius here. This will help you to strengthen your elbow joint and prevent you from having any tennis elbow. Because as we get older and the forearm muscle becomes weaker, day by day, we will start to have tennis elbow forming up. And this will cause you unable to turn even a doorknob, or even when you take a shower, or even you try to take off your shirt, it will cause you a bit of pain on the elbow. Either you have a medial or lateral. These are the injuries that normally happens to your elbow. Okay, the next thing I'm going to show you is how to strengthen your hip. Okay, I'm more on targeting of the common place where most of the time pain appears to most of the individuals. Alright, so I'm going to show you how to work or strengthen your hip muscles. Those who have like pelvic strength, weakened pelvic strength, or those who have like scoliosis, or for ladies especially, if your hip muscles are not very strong, this exercise will be very good for you to do. Now, what you do is you try to put the round rubber around your leg. Okay, put two legs in and put it on top of your knee. Not too high, not too low below the knee, just above the knee, where you keep the knee in place, because remember, the knee is a hinge joint. So we do not want to move the knee in a lateral way. If you do that, that will cause you injuries by either the lateral or the medial ligament of your knee. We try to keep the knee in the neutral position, and we try to work on the hip muscles here. So as you go down, you try to squat down. If you're a beginner, you cannot squat down that low, it's okay. Start where you're comfortable. If you need to hold a table or a chair or even a railing of a staircase, you try to do that. Now try to go as low as you can. While I'll show you sideways, try to hold this angle and then try to shift. Now don't go too wide. Keep it as wide as the shoulder or as wide as the hip. Step side. Don't lift your body too high. Stay low. Just step in, step out, step in, and step out. And you go back the other way. Step in, step out, step in, step out, step in, and step out. Okay. Now I'm going to show you from side how the body position should be. Try not to lean the body over. If you do that, then you're putting too much weight on your low back and will cause a lot of strain on the knees, because your body weight is pressing onto the knee hinge. Alright? So what you do is try to squat down by sitting straight. Push your buttocks back. If you notice, my shoulder is on top of my hip here. So I'm more in a centralized position, like sitting on a chair. Alright, from here we move sideways. Out, in, out, in, out, in, and we go back again, out, in, out, in, out. If you have to support your hand on knee, you can do that as well. So, out, in, out, and in. But try to keep it as low. If you can go lower, the better it is. Alright, for beginners, you don't have to go that low. Alright. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do the next exercise, which is without using any rubber, but using your own body weight and some simple apparatus that will be like a chair, or you can use a staircase or a platform, which is going to help you to strengthen the shoulder, the back, the neck, chest, and waist. Alright. Normally we use the rubber for the strengthening by standing just to work specific on the shoulder, but this one is going to work all the rotators at the front, the side, and the back. Alright, and also your vertebrae from the neck right down to your pelvic or your hip, your tailbone there, and of course your rib cage muscles over here. So I'm going to give you a demo here. Alright, what you do is that make sure this chair, you're placing, put it against the wall so it doesn't move. If it moves, then it can cause you injuries, serious injuries. But if you're a beginner, you can use a staircase. Just use the first step to go up and down. And you have seen some exercise where some of the exercise enthusiasts, they should do the palm, elbow, and everything. This is to work on abdominals. Whereas what I'm going to show you is to strengthen the shoulders. But it's a very breathtaking, and also it's quite challenging on the arms, triceps, and shoulders. So you got to be careful. Don't overdo. Don't over push yourself. What you do is place your palm. Keep the body straight. Before that, the measurement should be the floor. So, right now my face is on top of the chair and my arms are straight right underneath my shoulder. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to press it up, then I'm going to come down. As I do that, my stomach muscles engage. When I put my right hand on top, I engage my right waistline plus my rib. Then when I push it up, I engage my left. And then I go down with my right. So keep breathing and breathe out. So use your palm. Make sure don't drop with your palms. Back for the elbow, plus your palm and fingers. So you have control of your movement. And this will help to strengthen all the joints on your fingers, wrist, elbow, shoulder, the neck, right down to the pelvic here. And most important is your rib cage. And you start to engage all the abdominal muscles over here. I'll show you one more time. On the floor. And we start. 1. Down. 2. Down. You notice I don't lock elbows. Elbows always bend. I'm using my tricep. 2. Right. And we change. Down. Down. And. Alright. So that exercise, you can feel the triceps, the chest, the back, your neck muscles, plus your whole vertebrae. And most important is your rib cage and abdominal muscles contract. Okay, the next exercise, strength exercise, to work on your joint, ligaments and tendons, is called the cat crawl. Now, we have seen cats, big cats, not small cats, big cats, like jaguar, lion, tiger, cougar, and all these animals, they jump from high places, from down to top to bottom. And when you see them, they jump and they land. They jump something like 6 feet, 10 feet high, and you don't see them limping once in a while only. But you notice or not, when they limp, just for about 5 to 10 steps, they are back to okay. They are back to on their 4 feet or 4 paws. The reason is because they have been always moving around with their forelegs and they jump up and down, and they've been conditioning, and the body has been adapting. The reason we human, we kind of like have all these injuries on the shoulders is because we don't use the shoulder as much as we should, because we are becoming more and more sedentary in our life. We don't reach for something, we don't carry things up, we try not to lift things up, and all these are the main factors, because some of the related ligaments, tendons and cartilage involved are becoming degenerated, hardened, they become immobile, and therefore the muscles are not doing its function. It is becoming null or dull, inactive. So that's the reason why this exercise is quite effective to improve and strengthen all your shoulder strength and also your pelvic and hips. Let me just give you a demo how it moves. Right, like a cat. Now you've got to be on your 4 feet, palm, put your palm. But don't lift your buttocks up, that's not how the cat walks, alright? It should be flat. Now from here, you step right hand, left leg. Just looking at me from the side view, I'm going to move together. Right hand, left feet, left hand, right feet. So, see where I move? This is coordination, synchronizing. But when you move backward, that's where the challenging part is. Move together. You can notice my low back and my upper back is in the same level. So you can move very fast. And if you anyone have a shoulder injury or shoulder pain, you should try this. Immediately, try to go for about 10 step forward, 10 step back. Immediately, you will find the pain at least 30 to 50% relief from your shoulders. Those who are having frozen shoulders, cold shoulders, or even rotator cuff injuries. Okay, now we're going to do the lower body exercise. Strengthen the hips. As I mentioned just now, you can always lift weights, dumbbells, free weights, machines and everything to build the strength of the muscles. There's a lot of information on it, but for strengthening the hips without lifting weights, because it's for a lot of ladies, they feel a bit of like lifting weights makes the muscles bigger and everything. Okay, then put that aside. But how to make your joints stronger, especially for ladies, or you look at those Latin dancers and all these things, they only dance. Okay, but when they dance, they don't do much of like strength training exercise for the hips. They just do a lot of jive, a lot of those swings and everything. So therefore, yeah, they do have some joint pains and everything, but they keep doing it. They just don't do as say while they're teenagers and everything. Even at the age of 70, 80, they still dance and still they move. And you can see them, they are quite mobile, and you don't see them on the walking sticks and everything, right? So what I'm going to show you is that, like for me, I'm about 92 kilos now, and I love to dance because it keeps the muscles active. It keeps the weights and the buttocks, legs, muscles, joints, and everything mobile. And as you can see me that earlier, I can squat quite low and everything because it keeps the muscles intact. I'm not talking about the superficial muscle, which is outer. I'm referring to the deep tissue, the deep fiber. That is the main muscle that you need once you reach the age of 35, 40 and above. So that's the muscle that you should be working on. Not just the outer beauty, but the inner, pain-free, flexible joints or tissues and ligaments. Alright, now I'm just going to show you a very simple steps because I'm going to show you the salsa step. Stand together, alright, and try to use your right leg, alright. I'm giving you the mirror image for you. I'm going to show you the left leg, alright. So I'm going to step with my left toe. Step as you push. Watch again one more time. Now what you do is that as you step, you want to step just forward and back. That's not salsa. Okay? That's not salsa. Just step forward and back. Now when you do a salsa step, you got to step your feet front, push your hips to your right side, and the front leg should be straight, the left leg should be bent. Right, I'll show you sideways shortly. Okay, now step and back together. Step and forward. Forward and back. If you have music, of course it'll be very good, but we can't play music at the moment. So now, when I'm doing that, try not to be very stiff for the body. Let the body move left and right. Okay. Step forward and back. Step forward and back. I'll show you from side. Step together and step. Step and go together. Step and together. One more time. Step and together. I'll show you from the other end so you can see the other leg bending and stepping forward with straight. Step straight, pushing, whereas this leg is stabilized and its knee bend. All my weight is on my front leg, the back leg it just was support and bring it back together. Step and forward, backward. Step forward and back now. I'm going to show you from front and I'm going to show you from two ends of my legs. Ready? Goes like this. Step. 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 And okay. Now so far I just show you a forward step. Now the actual way of turning the hips, strengthen your pelvic, your waist, lumbar and everything. You got to roll the hips forward. Legs together. Step, turn. Step, turn. Now if you notice my hips are coming forward, I'm pushing my joint my hip. The iliotibial band muscles is being pushed forward, and then the other muscles which is related to the buttocks, the gluteus, the maximus medius and minimus, everything is involved together to support your shifting of the hips together in front. So please watch again. Ready? And goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. Now then you can do the side steps. Alright, side steps to work on the side hips only. So this is a side salsa. Alright. Like I said, I love salsa is because it really hip strengthens your hips and everything. It's not just the kick of the music or the dance or anything like that, but it actually has a meaningful effect on your hip muscles there. But of course, when you stop, everybody gains weight. But if you keep doing it, the hip stays in shape, the joint stays in good condition. Alright, so we're going to do the side salsa now. Ready? I'm going to start with the right legs. Ready? Side, back, in, step, step, in. Just watch again. Step out, push the hip out, bring it back in, and step in. So it's always a sway from the hips, not with the feet. The feet always steps out and sway back in and out from the hip. So please watch again. Out, in, out, in, out, in, out, and in. The other side. Step out, in, out, in, out, and let's do the both side. Ready? Out, step, out, out, out. One more time. Okay. If you want to add in a little bit of hand movement, you want to add in a little bit of funky, you can do this. Alright, that's extra bonus. Alright. Now, besides an exercise, what I showed you, or what I teach in my lifetime, I'm also doing exercise therapy, physio and everything. I do post-operation, pre-operation as well. I got a few clients of mine who have done open knee surgeries to replace cartilage, both and up and bottom and everything. And also people have scoliosis, S curves, C curves and everything. And all this exercise can be used to strengthen them up, because people who have gone through certain operation procedures, and those who are above than 16 and above, you cannot ask them to go and do a gym workout. So we have to bring this kind of training techniques and everything to them at home. So that's what I do. Until they are fully recovered or able to carry themselves, walk up the staircase and everything, then only I ask them to come back to the gym or for the rehabilitation training using the rehab machines and everything. So there are many ways to do strength training, conditioning, and also resistance training. So do not limit yourself just for the machines, dumbbells and free weights. Yeah, rubbers, your own body weight is one of them. So please apply and learn more about exercise treatment. Thank you.
Yeah, is there any other questions? I didn't get the first question just now. It was not very clear just now. Okay, because there's no other question coming in. The first question I can't make it out just now. I just would like to say a few things and also maybe explain. Okay, doing more exercise is not the answer, but doing the right type of exercise is the key and the answer, especially strength training, because it's true, and it's very, very true, because there's a lot of research has been done and everything for this heart condition, myocardio and all these things, heart-related problems and everything. And there's a lot of research has been done and also still being done, and the finding has been applied to the patients as well. Okay, I see there's a exercise from your body weight. Actually, it depends on an individual for the question.
if, let's say, you have some kind of health problem or medical problems or physical related problems, or it's a joint problems, or you do have some kind of like weak muscles and everything, then I don't recommend you to do any much of weight training or machine training right away. Try to use very light body weight, or even your own, your own house that you have around with you to do the exercise, which you can do like simple squats, push-ups, dips on your staircase, and so on. With light repetition, as many as you can, and slowly work on it. And as you get stronger day by day, and you will find that you are able to do other body parts besides the chest, back, triceps, and legs, or even the abdominals, then you can go to the gym later once you find that your home surrounding is not or insufficient for you. Okay, for the next question, the second one, regarding about the hip strength. Well, there's a lot of hip strength that you can do besides than not using rubber. You can use pelvic thrust, even lying down on the floor, putting your legs against the wall with two legs and pushing the buttocks up, not all the way up, but pushing like an L shape. All right, your body is on the floor, you place your feet on the wall, and you lift your buttocks up. By doing so, you are actually strengthening the hamstring. Remember, what makes your glutes, your hips, and your joint of your pelvic stronger is your hamstring. Your hamstring has to be strong and has to be stabilized. When they are not stabilized and they're not strong, it will cause a lot of problems related to your pelvic. So do it as simple as exercise as possible, because since we are doing on a webinar and also online, it's a bit difficult for me to show you and everything. But if anyone wish to contact me and anything, you can always contact me, either email me or something, and I'll be able to do so or show you the exercise. I see there's someone trying to connect into audio. Any other questions? Okay, kettlebell exercise is good, but it depends what are you doing with the kettlebell. You can work the whole body with kettlebells actually. It's great, it's good exercise, it's a good workout, but you have to have a set of exercise to do. Don't do too much overlifting over the head too much if your body is not ready to do so. If you're not ready to lift, or if you have some kind of low back problems or something like that. So please don't do that. Try to do within your shoulder level exercises, which you are more comfortable in doing so. And you can do the triceps, biceps, side shoulder raise exercise, and all these exercises you can do with the kettlebell. Kettlebell is a great workout tool for beginners, but even for advanced. You just have to go a bit heavier on the weights, that's all. Try to always incorporate with weights and body weight exercise. It's a very good combination of exercise, conditioning. Okay, let me see this. It's good for someone who has anxiety and depression. Well, try to do more on dancing. If you have anxiety, or I mean, if you're referring to someone who has anxiety and depression, try not to lift heavy or stress yourself physically too much. You should be doing something which is more fun, like simple exercise, like you can do a little bit of like light legs squat exercise, wide squats, chest push-ups and everything, and then try to do some dancing or some salsa, any dance that you like. Put on some good music, not too loud, which resonates your heart rate for no reason. Just put a nice good music and then just try to do a simple dancing, and that will help you to sweat, give you a good adrenaline rush, give you a good vibe as well, and that will help you to reduce all these Any more questions? As you noticed me, I was dancing towards the end. Well, just to show you that exercise is not just all about doing strenuous exercise or you have to go to the gym. You can do it anywhere that you want. I know I enjoy dancing. I've been a bodybuilder and everything. So, okay, I think yes. I think we have run out of time. So I hope everybody had a good time listening to all the presenters and speakers and everything. And also I thank you the MCEM and the chairman as well, and also Dr. Professor Lee for giving the opportunity. Thank you.
Hello. So thank you, Murphy. That was quite nice to be seen and to be followed after a day of concentration. Well, this comes to the closure of this first day of this very interesting World Conference on Exercise Medicine 2020. It has been a great pleasure being here, a great pleasure coordinating this morning. And I wish to thank Dr. Lai and Dr. Lee for organizing, all the technical team that followed a great challenge in connecting more than 2,000 people. And this is very great. And I am waiting and I'll be on the audience tomorrow. Well, then great session coordinated by Dr. Jan Hahart from Ireland on exercise and cancer. So see you all tomorrow, and many, many thanks to all of you over there around the planet. This was a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.